on the show, because what is on the show, it's pretty good, isn't it? We've got a world title match. We've got an intercontinental title match. We've got a Donnybrook match. We've got potentially the Wyatt Sicks, although I'm not sure what they're doing, to be honest. They put a little tweet out saying, there you are. So whatever it is they were looking for, hopefully they found it. And hopefully we can now move on to the next stage. If we get a QR code, that'll be fine. I won't be down on it. But I am looking now to take that next step. Now that Bad Blood is in the rearview mirror, I am looking for that next step. I am looking now to start that next feud. And I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of people are kind of in that same boat. They really want to see... They want to see something creative. They want to see a good storyline. And even though the QR codes are very good, I sort of feel like there's an itch that's not been scratched. I want to see something like the Liv Dom storyline, you know? I want to see, maybe not Drew, CM Punk. I don't need to see them fighting over a friendship bracelet. But, you know, something like the Bloodline story. You know, an actual story that we can get our teeth into. I'm hoping that we start that tonight. Again, if we got to wait another week or two, then okay, fine. If we end up getting a QR code, fine, yeah? But that's what I'm after. I really want to end 2024 on a high. I really want to end 2024 on this big, juicy feud that's going to be really, like, you know, exciting, twists and turns, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm guessing it's going to be Final Testament. I'm guessing it's going to be Karrion Kross. I'm guessing it's going to be The Miz. Maybe Xavier Woods. But how we kind of get all the pieces to fall, it's not totally clear in my head yet. So, I don't know. Look, I'm excited. Let's see what they've got for us. Let's see what they've got. But we can go over to the WWE website. Carl and Dawn, hello. Carl and Dawn said, there you are, Daze. Stay cheeky, my friend. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Cheeky as always, mate. I'm feeling extra cheeky. I need to get all my cheekiness into 2 hours this week rather than 3. Because obviously this is the first time Raw is going to be 2 hours since 2012. So, yeah, I need to get all my cheekiness. I've only got a very short window to be cheeky. It's not as long a window tonight. I'm kind of excited for it, though. I kind of feel like Raw, we're going to get in, we're going to get stuff done, we're going to get back out again. And that's good. Do you know what I mean? Rather than it being 3 hours and maybe some of it's not going to be... We've got 2 hours. We've got to get in, we've got to get stuff done, we've got to get out. And in that 2 hours, we got 2 title matches, we got a Donnybrook match, we got the Wyatt Sicks, we're going to hear from Seth. There's a lot, isn't there? A lot that we've got to fit in tonight. Listen, stop stalling me. I need to get over here, and I need to go here, and... Oh, is that it? So, this is the official preview, then. So, Gunther's taking on Sami, Xavier's taking on Jey Uso, and Pete Dunne's taking on Sheamus in a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match. So, there we go. I know more than the official preview, because Adam Pearce has announced that Seth Rollins will be on this show. He has announced that Seth Rollins will be on the show, likely to have some words for Big Bronson Reed. So really, Seth Rollins should be here, because it has been announced by Adam Pearce that he will be on the show. So I know more than the official preview. So check me out. But yeah, well, there we go then. That's the preview done. Lovely. And so, Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Hope you had a lovely weekend. And I'm talking more to Dawn there, because I really am starting to worry that she's locked under the stairs or something. I just don't ever feel like I'm talking to Dawn. Always feels like I'm talking to Carl. And that's okay. I like Carl. I just, at some point, I think there needs to be a wellness check on Dawn. That's all. Bishop, straight shout out to you, said, who do we think beats Cody? It's a good question. Who beats Cody? I think there's 2 names that I've got for beating Cody. I've got Randy Orton, and I've got The Rock. And I don't really see it being anyone else. I think that it will be a heel. I think that The Rock at WrestleMania is the plan, and I could see The Rock maybe using shenanigans. I don't know, but I could see The Rock getting the victory, because having The Rock as your world champion, even if it's just like, you know, next year for a little bit, it just opens up so much potential. Like, you can have Roman get the belt back from The Rock. You could have John Cena become a 17-time world champion by beating The Rock, right? I mean, I just feel like it opens up so much potential if The Rock is the world champ, right? And also, I mean, listen, that's a big message to send around the world, isn't it? If you watch in, you know, Malaysia, Singapore, wherever, right, and you hear that The Rock is the new WWE champ, that's newsworthy. That's on a level that you can't quite quantify. You can't quite explain how big that is, but you just know it's like one of the biggest things that you could do in 2024, 2025, is send the message out to the world that The Rock is the WWE champion. Because then a lot of people that don't watch WWE be like, what? The Rock, he's come back and he's champ. What's going on? Like, there's an intrigue. And honestly, if I'm Triple H, I'm real interested to know what that does to numbers. I'm real interested to know, what does my Raw look like after The Rock's champ? You know, what does business look like? What do ticket sales look like? Like, you can't tell me that that's not tempting. So I know that The Rock's old. I know that he's a boomer, but equally, I would argue that he has made one of the biggest impressions this year. He's not a boomer in the sense of Goldberg, where Goldberg's on screen and people are like, well, not everyone, but some people are like, oh my God, get this old man off my screen, right? I mean, his best years are definitely behind him. And, you know, people are not that keen on Goldberg. Although, him and Gunther, some people are on boards. I don't mind it as long as Gunther, if Goldberg beats Gunther, I'll trash this place. Where I am right now, I'll burn it to the ground, right? Because I've already had to watch Goldberg beat The Fiend, and that's one of the most horrific things I've ever had to endure. So if I then have to watch Goldberg beating Gunther, I will burn this place to the ground. So in regards to The Rock, though, I don't feel like people feel that way. The Rock is still one of the most electrifying men in the world. His promos, his segments, I would say the segment of the year, this year, was The Rock and Cody outside Cody's bus at the end of Raw as we were building to WrestleMania. Rain coming down, he's ripping him with his belt. I mean, cinema. That is my favorite segment of the year. And I would imagine a lot of people's favorite segment of the year. So he does not feel like he is past his prime, like his skills have diminished. And I thought the contributions he made in that tag match was very good as well. He seemed fine there. There'll need to be a bit of carrying when it comes to his matches, singles-wise. There'll have to be a lot of smoke and mirrors, but not really to the point where it's going to be anything disastrous. I'm not envisaging Goldberg Undertaker in Saudi Arabia level disasters. So I think there's an argument for The Rock to beat Cody. And then the other one would be Randy, because look, Randy's still an active superstar. We know he's absolutely fine in the ring and on the microphone. He might be past his prime, but he is fine, right? He's good. He's probably only got a few years left. We know that he's hurting, and we know that he would like to beat that record. Don't know if he does. Is he on 14 at the moment, or is it 15? I think he's on 14 world titles, isn't he? One more would get him to 15, and then he would still need another to get to 16. So if we're going to get him in that conversation, he does need more world titles, and soon, to be honest. So if he turns heel, I don't know, it's tempting, innit? I think that'd be quite tempting. I'm all right with either of them. Some people might want a youngster like Bron Breakker and all this. I think there's so much time for that. I can wait. He can have the other one. He can have the one Gunther's got. But the one that Cody's got, for me, we've got, maybe CM Punk sniffing around that eventually. Maybe The Rock, maybe Randy. Like, big names are circling around that one. That is the championship. If Hulk Hogan was around right now, he'd have the belt that Cody's got. If Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels were around, they would have the belts that Cody's got. If John Cena was around, he'd have the one that Cody's got. That is the belt that makes you the face of the company. So you can understand why Roman, Rock, Cody, Randy, Kevin Owens, they're sniffing around that big championship, It's exciting. It's good. So Bishop, shout out to you. And E. Wilkie, shout out to you, my friends. E. Wilkie said, just to be clear, right, guys, let's get this sorted now. Just to be crystal clear, Wyatt Sicks are coming back tonight, ? Don't know. I thought you was about to tell me. Don't know. They said, there you are, and that is literally all we've got to go off. I think the fact that they weren't involved in anything for Bad Blood is fine, because I think Triple H knows that he wants to have like 5 matches. He wants to give them all time. I think he knew that he wanted Drew and Punk to end there. He wanted to have one of the championships defended. He had both the women's titles defended. And then I think he looked at it and he was like, well, Balor and Damian feels like it deserves to be on that platform. I just think it's one of those where you look at it and the pieces fall into place. And you go, well, I could try and shoehorn in another one and shave some time off, but I'm quite happy with what I've got with the 5. I don't feel like I need the 6. See what I did there? He had 5 matches. He didn't need the 6. He didn't need the Wyatt Sicks. That's probably the wittiest joke I will ever tell, right? So you better give me my flipping flowers for that. But I think that he was satisfied, and I think that hopefully now that that's in the rear view mirror, we can now start building towards their next feud. And honestly, I'm looking forward to tonight. I think that the fact they've sent a tweet out before Raw saying, there you are, which feels like they've identified their targets, right? It could just be, it could be another, what Howdy says to Bo, kind of a thing, or what Bray said to Howdy. It could be another just catchphrase from the past. So it might not be connected. But I just think the timing of sending it out now, a few hours before Raw, makes me feel that they have identified their next target. And listen, they were warning someone, don't turn, don't do it, you'll regret it. You'll fall into a pit and you won't be able to get out. You'll be on a collision course with us and all this kind of stuff, right? And, Miz turned last week. And I think that was what they were referring to. Miz turned. I think they saw Karrion talking to Miz, and Miz finally turned. And so I think that's what they're referring to. Some people thinking it might be Kevin Owens, but I've spoke about that in the video that went up. I struggle with that just a touch. And some people wondering if it's Xavier, but he hasn't turned. Or not yet. Some people thinking it could be tonight. But Xavier hasn't turned, so I don't think it's Xavier at the moment. My front runner is, I think The Miz might be joining forces with Karrion, and that might be a group. Maybe Xavier ends up joining them as well, and we get Miz, Xavier, Karrion, and AOP, right? We could go down that road. And maybe the original plan was Wyatt Sicks with Braun, because obviously you need, you're going to need 5 guys. If Braun is out for a long time, then we're going to need a replacement, and that's going to be interesting. Who the flip do you bring in as a replacement if you haven't got Braun? I wonder if you get Damian. Perhaps you try and do 4 guys against 5, but you don't do a match. You do 3-on-3, for example, right? So you do 3-on-3, you do a few singles matches, do a few tag matches. By the time we get to Survivor Series, where it's going to be 5-on-5, then maybe you get Damian in, because Damian, he's on the darker side of things. Maybe you get Damian in as like a helping hand, and then that transitions us into the Judgment Day feud for the Wyatt Sicks. That could get us from one feud into another feud. It's not. It doesn't feel as perfect a solution as Braun, but I don't know that there will be a perfect solution like Braun, because there's no one else that used to be in the Wyatt family. Braun obviously used to be in the Wyatt family, so it makes sense to go and get him. Wouldn't make sense to get Randy Orton. I know that he was at one point in the Wyatt family, but he feels like public enemy number one. I don't think they would go and get Randy Orton. And if they're feuding with Carrion, I don't think you get Carrion, of course. So kind of looking at who operates on the darker side of things and is also a face. You ain't drowning in options, are you, really? You're not really drowning in options, so maybe someone like Damian could be kind of interesting. Teaming with the Wyatt Sicks. Unless Braun's just out for a little bit and he can be back by the time we get to Survivor Series. Because we can get to Survivor Series being a man down if we have to. That's fine. We can run with that. And then when we get to Survivor Series, then we bring someone in. Who knows? Maybe we could go and get, like, Kane or something like that. I don't know. I feel that could be a really interesting opinion video, but maybe let's not cross that bridge till we actually know we're going down that road, you know? But yeah, there are some people thinking Miz, Xavier, Carrion, and AOP could all form, like, a group of 5 guys. And as we said, Howdy, Gacy, Loomis, Rowan, you would still need someone else to join them. Otherwise, you're outnumbered. So, interesting. Very interesting. So, are they coming back tonight to answer your question? Don't know. Carl and Dawn said, Daze, I'll come out of retirement and I will take the belt from Cody, says Carl. Do it, Carl. I would love for you to be the one. Imagine if it was Carl that beats Cody. That would be so exciting for our community. And I think it would be lovely for Dawn as well, because I feel like you would finally let her out from the basement and she could, like, do you know what I mean, be outside and, like, speak to some people. And I hate to keep bringing it up, but I really get the impression that we will find out in, like, a year or so. It's like, someone will be like, well, what happened? Do you remember Carl and Dawn? Whatever happened to Carl? Don't see him around anymore. And someone else in the community will be like, oh, I don't know if you heard, but the house got raided and it turned out that he'd killed Dawn. He'd killed Dawn and he'd put the body in the basement, and he's a really twisted person, actually. Just waiting for the court case. That's just like this niggling feeling that I can't shake as to, like, the fact that Dawn's mentioned, but she never seems to show. We never hear from her. Do you know what I mean? Like, I hope it's not that. And I hope that she's well. Perhaps I've just been watching too much true crime. But do you know what I mean? The warning signs are definitely there, aren't they? This is kind of how it tends to go. Like, you watch the show and they're like, oh man, he kept going on the internet and he still had her name in his profile. And it's like, oh, that's sick. That is twisted, isn't it? He killed her 8 years ago. Can I just say, if what I'm saying is true, this is very uncomfortable for Carl right now. If what I'm saying is, either way, it's uncomfortable for Carl. But if what I'm saying is true, Carl is sat there right now a bit like, yeah, like that. It's very uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for all of us. I've made this awkward. And I revel in that. That's fine for me. I'm very comfortable when it comes to awkwards. I'm not so comfortable knowing that one of our beloved community members has been killed. So I'm just saying, Carl, ball's in your court. Fiendish Howdy, brackets, FBE, shout out to you, my friend. Fiendish Howdy said, the Wyatt Sicks could go after Miz. I think they could. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I feel like he's definitely in the run-in to be someone that was having messages said about him, like, don't turn, don't do it, because we could see that he was contemplating it. We could see that he was struggling. We could see that Carrion was getting into his ear, and then boom, last week the Miz turns. So he's got to be in the conversation. As well as that, of course, Xavier, because exactly the same. We can see that he's struggling. We can see that Carrion is in the background. Carrion wearing the same New Day shirts that Xavier was wearing, you know? And so you look at that and you're like, there's clearly something going on there as well. So that fits. And then, of course, there's people going, oh my God, Kevin turns. And you could see that that was going to happen. So I totally get why people are saying Kevin. And it could be Kevin, but I just think of the three, that one's the least likely for me because he's on SmackDown. And there's not really been any indication that the Wyatt Sicks going to SmackDown other than the Pluto symbols, which have always seemed to be behind women's tag teams. And I don't get the impression that they are looking to use the Wyatt Sicks on SmackDown. Certainly not to start a feud against Kevin on his own. Who's Kevin going to join up with? At the moment, it doesn't warrant the Wyatt Sicks. So that was my point about Kevin, is that it's 2 + 2 = 5 for me at the moment on Kevin. So I'm a lot more focused on Miz and Xavier. But listen, there's people out there adamant that the messages have been for Judgment Day. Adamant that it's Judgment Day that are next. So listen, we've got an hour and 36 minutes till we find out. Well, till the show starts. And then hopefully we find out on the show. So we had that tweet earlier. There you are, which hopefully is an indicator that they are going for a target now. Tom Colohue has tweeted out Drew McIntyre might be of interest to the Wyatt Sicks, which I suppose he could be, because he is a heel, but he hasn't turned recently. Has he? He hasn't turned. He fought fair against CM Punk. So, don't know what Tom's heard. But he is a heel, and he is now free out of his feud with CM Punk. So those boxes get ticked. The only box I'm struggling to tick is why. Why would we go after Drew? Why would we go after Drew McIntyre? But no, we'll have to find out. I just got tweeted that by Joe. So Joe, shout out to you. Oh, hello. What's going down in Twitter town? I want to go here. What's this? Gunther walks in without the World Heavyweight Championship. Don't do that. Gunther is locked in. Well, I don't know if there's anything to that, to be honest. I don't know that there's anything to that. He might have just left it in the back. He might have left it. He doesn't have to walk around with it all the time, does he? So, okay. And Fiendish Howdy said that there you are tweet makes me think that the Wyatts have set their sights on someone. I agree. I feel the same with that as well. I feel the same. I think that they've set their sights on someone. I think that tonight we'll get a big step forwards. Hopefully the identities will be known. I don't know that they're going to attack, because if it is The Miz and Carrion, then we're going to need a segment where they join up. You know, if they're in the ring at the same time, gloating about how this has, you know, all come together perfectly, then you've got an opportunity to attack. But we're going to need a segment like that. Otherwise, I get the feeling that the Wyatt Sicks are probably going to use this week to say, you know, bad choice, wrong move, you're in our sights now. Like, I think this week they will make it clear who the target is. I don't know that this week is the week that they strike. I think next week might be where we start getting like some physical stuff. But listen, if they want to now get moving on this, They might give it us the physical stuff this week. It would be easy to do. You're just going to need a segment where Miz is going to talk about why he betrayed R-Truth, right? So you have Miz in the ring, and he brings out someone that is seeing the bigger picture, someone in the WWE that actually understands what is going on and how to make things happen. And let me introduce you to Karrion Kross. Karrion Kross comes down with the final testament. Miz is full of praise for Karrion, thanking him for showing him the way, making him understand that R-Truth was just a dead weight, holding Miz down. Miz should be getting more opportunities. He's been too disrespected for too long. Things aren't as good for the Miz as they used to be. And Karrion's the one that's going to unlock all of that potential that's in the Miz. Blah, 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 blah. Boom. You've got everyone in the ring at the same time. We understand why. Wyatt Sicks lights can go out. Wyatt Sicks can attack. Lovely, 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 lovely. Now, whether they're going to give us all that on this show, this 2-hour Raw, I don't know, because it's just as likely that, Miz is talking and a QR code interrupts. And you scan the QR code and it's very clear that, you effed up, basically. See you next week. Something like that, to kind of the Wyatt Sicks sending the message, we're coming for you. So, I mean, look, we're talking about Miz. We're talking about Karrion. We do have... we do have Drew being rumoured by Tom, so I can't ignore that. Tom, it's very interesting that Tom Colohue is mentioning Drew, so I can't ignore that. I don't know if that's next or if that's just a future opponent, Nothing to me has felt like Drew is a target, so that is a very surprising one from Tom. I've got a picture here, guys. Again, I really appreciate Carl sending this through. I mean, obviously, we don't know when this was taken, though. Look, here's Carl, and this is how I'm going to follow Carl, because I do like following potential murderers, but Carl has sent in a picture here of Dawn. It's okay. Here's proof. She's alive, right? Get off my case. Blah, 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 blah. I think if we were to look at the analytics of the photo, it would probably tell us, though, that this was taken probably around 2019, probably pre-pandemic, I would imagine. If we were to look in the analytics, I would imagine he's got a stash of pictures that he can just quickly access just to get out there, just so that if anyone is asking some awkward questions, this is going to help me get those awkward questions away. Listen, it's cool. I'm going to believe you. I'm going to trust you. Yeah, I'm going to trust you that this is, I'd imagine you're driving right now. You've turned around. You've took a picture, right? I'd imagine this is basically a live stream that you've sent me. So I'm going to trust you, Cole. That's it. I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. Nothing. I ain't got nothing else to say. I believe that she's safe and well. Could be an old picture, said World's End. Right. Well, I didn't say that, did I? I didn't say that. Now the community are saying it on their own. Look, World's End there. Could be an old picture. Marty said that photo appears to be about mid-2015. Yeah, you see. I didn't even say it. Although I think I did sort of say it. But it doesn't really matter. Guys, if someone's been, murdered, I'm not sure how much we should be drawing attention to it. Do you know what I mean? There are, we know there's children that watch this. But then kids need to know that there is murder in the world as well, Perhaps one of the best things parents could do would be to show them some true crime. Do you know what I mean? Clue them up whilst they're young. But I don't feel like that's my job, so. But we need to stop talking about this because we don't actually know that Dawn has been murdered, but I don't know. Seems to be out there now, doesn't it? Seems like it is, part of the community now. It's just sort of been accepted that Carl has killed Dawn. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. Don't know how I feel about that being like one of the big narratives in the community. Kind of like it, to be honest. Gives the community a bit of an edge. I would imagine other communities are looking at this community going, oh my God, have you heard what's going on in their community? Apparently one of the members killed his wife. Yeah. Guys, actually, can you spread that round? Yeah, because I think that makes us look cool. I think that makes us look cool. Oh, God, that does actually. Carl, shout out to you. I feel like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, we hang out with a murderer every Monday and Friday. Maybe sometimes on a Tuesday. Not sure if Carl watches NXT. But, oh my God, it's do you feel I feel a bit cooler, do you? Poor Dawn. Poor Dawn. Hey, Grant Jameson, shout out to you. Said, sorry that I missed the Bad Blood stream. Well, Grant, I didn't realise you wasn't there. So, I actually think that's really disrespectful. Because I thought you was around. So, it's a bit awkward. I was seeing Meghan Trainor live. Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You've got a perfectly acceptable reason for not being around. You went and saw Meghan Trainor sing her hit. Which I can't even remember what it was called now. What was it? Something to do with being fat, was it? She's not. I'm not saying she is. But her song was something to do with, like... Oh, what was it called? What was the Meghan Trainor song? Meghan Trainor. She had one hit, didn't she? All About That Bass. Yes. All about the bass, no drama. Isn't that like, you know, bass? In the back, it's all about that. It's all about that bass. It's about the rump, isn't it? That's how I always thought it. It's all about the bass, like that. Is that why you went? Perv. Yeah, that would I could see you at that concert, to be honest. Do they sell fake asses, plastic ones that you can put on to make your rump a bit bigger? All about the bass, like that. I can picture you twerking in the crowds with a load of women that have all got their fake like backsides out like that, and you're all just like, all about the bass, like that. And Carl's there looking for his next victim. He's like, oh yeah. I can die happy now. Yeah, I bet you can. I hope the stream didn't fall apart without me. We held it together, to be honest. We held it together. It was a rough road, a rocky time. It was a very rocky time because he came out at the end. But yeah, it was. I thought the show was pretty fun, honestly. I thought that the Hell in a Cell match. Oh, you need to see that. You need to see the Hell in the Cell. It's good. And if you like blood, like Carl, Carl's favourite match was the Hell in the Cell. He thought someone had died. There was so much blood. He was loving it. But, yeah, Hell in a Cell was really, really good. And then the matches in the middle, they happened. And then we had our main event, and we had The Rock, and we had Jimmy, and we had Goldberg. I'm pretty sure I didn't dream that. Goldberg and Gunther, that happened, didn't it? And there was a new belt, wasn't there? And wasn't it called the Crown Jewel Championship? This happened, didn't it? I didn't dream that, did I? New belt, Crown Jewel ugly belt, Crown Jewel Championship. And we're going to do champ versus champ, winner gets a belt that's pointless. That thing, that happened, didn't it? And Goldberg was part of that. I might have made all of that up because it sounds bonkers, doesn't it, when you say it out loud? So I might have made all of that bit up. But the rest of it was pretty good, to be honest. I was into it. So, yes, I hope you enjoyed your base. Fiendish, howdy again. Look at you and your generosity, my friend. I really appreciate it. You know, if Braun wasn't injured, I would love for him to have a segment, only for the lights to go out and Nikki Cross make an appearance. Hand him a box. Braun opens it, and inside is the Black Sheep's mask. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. The only thing I would say is I feel like we sort of did that story. Do you remember back in 2020 when Bray was trying to get Braun to remember who he was, and he gave him the Black Sheep's mask and all that kind of stuff? So I sort of feel like we've done it. I feel like I've seen that. We did it in 2020. Granted, not with the Wyatt Sicks. It was Bray that was trying to be like, come over to the dark side. So I don't know. It's a difficult one with Braun because I'd like to see him come over, but to the Wyatt Sicks and like join up with them for a bit. But I'm not sure how you go about it in a fresh way, in a way that maybe you just do that. Maybe you just do that, and that's good enough. Like, but we did do that in 2020, didn't we? We did. We had Bray do that exact thing. And then he tried to get him to be the Black Sheep. And do you remember he kind of like was wearing it and he appeared from behind the ring and he had it on and they had a few matches. They had the swamp match and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I suppose it was a few years ago now. I don't know. I don't know what you do with him. I don't know how you bring him in. I don't know. That's an interesting one. How would you bring in Braun Strowman? Because I think what you've just said is probably, what people would do. But I just feel like I've seen it. And I think there should be something else, a different way of doing it. I don't know, it's a tricky one, that. I'm going to have to chew that over a little bit. But Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, my friend. I don't know how long his injury is going to rule him out for, to be honest. I mean, we might still get him. Someone sent me a great thing. I showed it on Unseen, where if it's like it's a tear, but a minor tear, like it's not a full tear, then it can be like a couple of months. If it's a full tear, then you're talking like 6 months, like 8 months, like potentially out of WrestleMania, So I don't know how bad the tear is. I don't know how long his recovery time is going to be. I haven't seen anything confirming that yet. So we really could be going anywhere from 2 months to 8 months to 10 months. It's so hard to tell, isn't it? I mean, it sort of feels like it's going to be really hard, even if it is a minor tear, to get him back in like match shape for Survivor Series, because we don't have 2 months. It's at the end of November. So, I don't know. But then, wrestlers are flipping superhuman, aren't they? Their powers of recovery, we've seen it so many times where people should be out for X amount of months and then they come back much sooner. So, I don't know. Might not be something we have to worry about it for till 2025. E. Wilkie said, how did we go from WWE to killing people? Carl said hello, and so that was it, really. That's all it takes these days. I think the community was kind of thinking it. It's just, it needed one of us to say it, and, I was quite happy to be that person. So that's it, really. All it needs is Carl to come in and go, hey, guys. Here's Carla. Carla Dawn said, Daze, did you eat funny gummy? I wish I did. God, it would make these streams. I don't know what it would do to the streams, actually. Maybe we should try it. I'll just get high for one of the streams and we'll just see how it goes. If ever we get to 1 million subscribers, I will look to do that. I'll have a bowl of funny gummies, and we'll just do watch-alongs and stream and just giggle. We'll be like, do you remember Dawn? Ian, shout out to you, said maybe Carl killed Dawn. It could be an opinion video. We could do a whole series, actually. Yeah, you're right. We could do Diddy, then how Diddy, then when Diddy, and the final one could be will he get caught? Will guys, tune in for part 4, which is titled Will Justice Ever Be Served? I'm really excited, actually. I think it's going to be, you know, like when they do these like big dramas, you know how like content creators have beef with each other, create views, all that kind of stuff, you know. Such and such doesn't like such and such anymore. You know, you've got iDubbbz has fallen off. I was watching one about that guy, the TikTok guy, the most followed TikTok guy, you know, the one that shows you simple ways of doing things that people are doing that are complicated. I don't know his name. Apparently he's fallen off now. He's being cancelled. So he's being cancelled. So, yeah, I mean, people love that drama stuff, don't they? Boogie, he's been cancelled. So who else has been cancelled? P. Diddy, he's been cancelled. I mean, it doesn't take much these days to get cancelled. So, yeah, people love all those kind of things. So, a whole series about the... I'm going to call it the Carl and Dawn incident, yeah? I think that would be something that would really grab the community. I think they'd enjoy that series. Sam, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, buds. And let's try and get back to the chat. Let's get back to open waters. Here we go. Afsal said, Daze, how you doing? I'm good, thank you. Hope you are well. Said, do we think that Bloodline will be in Raw tonight? No. And maybe The Rock or Jimmy, and then Jey comes out. No, I don't expect that. They are based on SmackDown. So, I mean, you could have Jey, but... I mean, look, I think in regards to Roman, he might be thinking to himself, oh, and I don't know if you saw Unseen, because I actually dropped it before Raw, and I'm going to look to do that because I don't know why I haven't been doing it. It just makes so much sense. It makes so much sense because after Raw, we always do a Wyatt Sicks video, and then that means that the Unseen video on a Tuesday is got 2 days worth of stuff in it, right? So why haven't I been dropping an Unseen before Raw? Like I don't know, because I'm an idiot, right? So at least now the folders are empty. Tonight we can do a Wyatt Sicks video. Tomorrow I can do an Unseen. It won't be as bloated. It won't be as long. And I know some of you like long Unseens. I get it. I love Unseens, but the analytics tell me that people like them to be about 15 to 20 minutes, right? So I did that earlier, that Unseen earlier. And there was a clip in there of Roman talking to Cody after Bad Blood. So The Rock came out, right? He does his, yeah, all that kind of stuff. Goes to the back. And then in the ring, you've got Roman and you've got Cody. Roman turns to Cody and he's like, it's your problem now. Roman is, it hasn't, I don't think, crossed Roman's mind, and this is interesting. I don't think it's crossed his mind that The Rock is not on his side. I think that's a whole thing that we've still got to go through. I'm sat here going, oh, he's sending a message to all of them, isn't he? He's sending a message to all of them. Because it just makes, we know that Rock Roman's going to happen. And we know Bloodline, Rock's going to, we just know this. So I'm taking it for granted that Roman knows this. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I don't think he knows. I think he was stood in the ring at the end of Bad Bloods. And he was like, oh, you've got to deal with him now, right? Not thinking, no, you're in trouble as well, Roman. You're in trouble as well. Because not only did you lose the title, but then you've come back and you've started attacking your own family. In the eyes of The Rock, you've gone rogue. And you can understand that. You can understand The Rock having that opinion. You've gone rogue. You've gone off the deep end. So in Roman's mind, he might be thinking, oh, Cody, wouldn't want to be in your shoes. And he doesn't even realize that actually, no, you're in trouble as well. But which, if that is true, then that means we've got some real interesting segments coming up involving Rock and Roman, of course, where Roman realizes that actually, no, things aren't quite as you think they are. So I thought that was a very interesting little clip that had kind of surfaced from some fan footage, because obviously we didn't get to see Roman and Cody after The Rock left. I mean, we saw The Rock and then the show ended, but this is footage of just moments later. So I think that there's a lot of moving parts, and we also found out that The Rock is not going to be around that frequently. So he might be back, but being back means that, you know, you can sort of now expect to see him the odd week, right? Probably get him like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times this year, maybe. It ain't going to be every week. It ain't going to be like, oh, he's going to be on the show and all this. In fact, they've not even announced that The Rock is on the show tonight. And I think they probably would. If he was on the show, I think they'd be like, The Rock is here. He's opening the show. He's got something to say. I think it'd be like that. But I think because the Bloodline story plays out on SmackDown, if we're going to get him, I think we would get him there. I mean, Cody's over there. Roman's over there. The only person that's on Raw that's of interest really is Jey. But I don't think we're at the point where we're trying to recruit Jey, because in Roman's mind, this might be done. I mean, they won, didn't they, at the weekends? So in Roman's mind, this might be it. Done. Over. Sorted. Thanks for coming. So I don't think there's a need for him to go and get Jey yet. So, no, I'm not expecting it, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. But it just means that if it does, it will take me by surprise. JDS said, I've tweeted you something. Thank you, my friend. Is it this Goldberg? We'll talk more very soon. Does he say that in the clip? What does he say? Oh, I can't actually hear anything. I will put that in a folder, but... Yeah, so it's Triple H talking to Goldberg, and the caption says, I will see you very soon.
What is The Rock thinking about Cody Rhodes still being champion? What is The Rock thinking about Roman Reigns teaming with Cody Rhodes? What is The Rock thinking about the bloodline and how it feels like this could be civil war happening? The world wants to know what The Rock is feeling. What is the final boss thinking?
Interesting. Right. Daze, I hope you had a good stream. I work from 3 to midnight, said Drew. Do we think that Randy shows up tonight or just tomorrow? How would you grade Bad Bloods? I thought the host thing was flat. Thoughts? I thought the host thing was flat, but I didn't really know what to expect from it. I thought, are we going to get Pure Fusion Collective? I didn't really have high hopes for it anyway. I wasn't really sat there thinking that this thing was going to be... I wasn't really sat there thinking that this was going to be like amazing, mind-blowing and all that stuff. So yeah, I agree. The host thing was flat. Grade-wise, I gave it like 7.5. I think I've settled on that. I don't know what that would translate to a letter point of view. Probably like a B, probably around there. I think a B is about fair. I know that there was some, I mean, obviously we do an opinions video and a review. And so there was, you know, you do find this. You know, some people watch the shows and they are just so in love with WWE that they can't really do any wrong. And so you get people that like every show is 10 out of 10. But you know, not every show can be 10 out of 10. The way that I always think about it is, are you really saying that the show could not have been made any better? Like, it's 10 out of 10, but like, are you really saying that you wouldn't have changed anything? Because there's plenty I would have changed. I mean, I don't think that Bayley Nia set the world on fire. I don't think that Finn, Damian is a match that people are going to really talk about. I don't think that Liv, Rhea, and certainly the botched ending seemed to upset people. So, I mean, those 3 matches in particular seem to frustrate people a little bit. I mean, it wasn't that they were bad. It was just that they were fine. 3 of the 5 matches were fine. They were okay. And I think they could have been a lot better. So I can't say that it's 10 out of 10. I also think if you're going to make a historic announcement and then you make that announcement, that's probably going to affect the score as well, because I'm really not into it. And looking at the reaction on social media, it seems like a lot of people weren't into it. Our community was 60-40 though. 40% of people in our community liked the belt and the announcement. I don't know, with a bit of time, if some of those would change their mind. I don't know if, the more people think about it, the more they might change their mind. Or maybe they'll, some of the 60% that didn't like it will now like it. I don't know. I mean, I was not a fan when I first heard it. I'm still exactly the same now. I was not a fan. It was weird because Edward asked me about it earlier on Bad Blood. He was like, how would you feel about Survivor Series being champ versus champ? So it's so weird that we spoke about it earlier in the same stream. The answer I gave was, I was excited about it the first time because it was like a couple of dream matches. But when I actually watched it for the first time, you come to realize in the build and when you get to the show, it doesn't matter who wins. There's nothing at stake. It's champion versus champion, and the winner gets what? Bragging rights. Who cares? It doesn't mean anything. And actually, all you're doing is one of the champions has to lose. So one of the champions just sort of loses a bit of their aura because they're the weaker champion. I mean, in your mind, you can always say, oh, such and such is weaker than such and such. Liv's weaker than Nia or whatever, right? But, I mean, it's not the same as actually seeing one of the champions getting beaten. Seeing champions getting beaten is just, it's a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, in boxing, if a champion gets beaten, they lose the belt. In MMA, if a champion gets beaten, they lose the belt. This whole title not on the line nonsense. It's very unique to pro wrestling, and it's not something people are that keen on. People hate seeing the champions get beat. That whole, you got to beat the champion to get a title shot. That's gone. We don't see that anymore. And people hated that back in the day. Well, now we've got champ versus champ. The winner does not unify the belts. They just get this really ugly new belt. They get a crown jewel championship. And there was a really good point made. It'll never get defended because next year it will be probably 2 completely different champions. This year it's Cody Gunther at the moment. Well, there's absolutely no guarantee that next year it'll be Cody Gunther again. By the time we get to next year, it might be Rock versus Randy, right? I mean, what I would say is that you can create some great matches, some great matchups. You can, but then equally you can create some bad ones. We're in a situation where right now we're on the verge of getting Nia versus Liv. Excited for that, are you? Because I ain't. I got sent a TikTok where someone was like, oh my god, this is genius, because Tiffany can cash in the match, and then whoever she pins, she'll win their championship. And this guy was like, oh my god, he's a genius for doing... No, he's not a genius. Booking heel versus heel is not genius, right? That's not genius. And Tiffany can come down and she can cash in at any time she wants. So cashing in during a match and making it a triple... some people are reaching. Some people are really trying hard to make this seem good. When, for me, there's very little redeeming features to it. So, I gotta say, the historic announcement brought my score down. And the matches brought my score down. And I agree, the hosts were alright. Didn't offend. But, yeah, I think all in all, because of the Hell in a Cell match, because we got The Rock, because we got Raquel, because we got Jimmy, gotta still say it was a really good show. Really good show. So I settled on like a 7.5. I've seen a wide variety. Some people have said 10. Some people have said 8. Some people have said 7. Some people have said 6. I even had someone going 4 out of 10. this was garbage, that was this one is a real wide range. I think scores on the second channel have it like great in the kind of 60 range, 69% great, which might be, I don't know, that might be about an 8 or something like that. So I actually don't think I'm too far off. But yeah, it certainly wasn't like an all-time show. Even our community poll, didn't say that. At the moment, it's coming out at about the joint third best PLE of the year, which is still, again, very good. It was very good. I was very entertained. So it's not a show that I look at as being a disaster or being bad or being passable. I think it was better than all of that. I was very entertained. I was very satisfied. Hell in a Cell is absolutely a match of the year contender. The Rock, Jimmy, there's plenty there. Even the other matches were not bad, but in my opinion. And Dominic being in the shark cage was fun. I mean, yeah, fine, good. Listen, I'll happily eat shows like that on a regular basis, and then drop in a WrestleMania, a SummerSlam, a Rumble. I think we're eating goods. I remember the dark days, man. I remember the dark days. I remember where we've been with loads of matches that just don't really matter and you don't care about. Yeah. We've been some dark places. I still have nightmares about 2019 and 2020. 2019, for a lot of weeks, it was only the Funhouse I was enjoying. It was only the Bray and the Funhouse and the Fiends. It was the only stuff I was really getting out of the show. So, listen, we're eating goods. Never forget where we've been. Dean, shout out to you, my friends. So, with Braun being injured, the Wyatts could subtly press him with notes around his home saying, "We can save you." Maybe the occasional "there you are" and "remember who you are," and then he accepts. I think that's interesting. I think him having like some nightmares, him talking to someone about how it's consuming him and he can feel it's consuming him and he's having nightmares, and then, as you said, and I found this at home, and you know what I mean? Like I think like you're onto something there where we're doing something a little bit different. I mean, it's a tricky one because he's a face, so, and the Wyatt Sicks are faces, and so then there needs to be boundaries. You can't overstep that mark, right? You've got to be respectful. I mean, you can't go into like being full on stalker, kind of full on weirdo. You've got to kind of be. I liked the message of, if you need us, we are there. I think there's something more there with that kind of terminology, because I think that's a lovely way of presenting the Wyatt Sicks. If you need us, we are there. Don't forget about us. We have not forgot about you. And in a nice way, in a friendly way, in a brotherly way. I would love, imagine a vignette where Bo, oh God, this would be great, actually. Imagine a vignette where Bo goes and talks to Braun and tells Braun, thank you, and explains to him how much he meant to Bray and how Bray was struggling at times, and having the friendship of Braun and having, like, his relationship with Braun, how that helped Bray and what it meant to Bray, and how Bo knows all of this, and how Bo will never be able to repay Braun for the friendship that he showed his brother. And that's why, if he needs the Wyatt Sicks, they are always there for him. And I kind of feel like there's a lot to dig into there. There's a lot to kind of. I think I would rather see that conversation than here's a sheep's mask and Braun just joins the group. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think what I want is, I want some of that that realism. I want some of that kind of heartfelt conversation that we have seen with the Bloodline. Because with the Bloodline, they have all these chats. And you know how Sami and Jey are. You know how Sami and Jimmy are. You see the talking in the corridor. You see, like, you know, Roman's locker room, Roman talking. Like, you see the group interacting. We don't get that with the Wyatt Sicks. I have not seen Nikki speak to anyone. I've not seen Dexter speak to anyone. I've not seen Joe Gacy speak to anyone. We've not seen the interacting. That is missing at the moment. It's missing. I don't know if we ever get it, but it is missing, because that was a big part of why the Bloodline succeeded, because you knew how everyone felt about everyone, and it fleshed out their characters, it fleshed out their worlds, because you knew the relationships. But with the Wyatt Sicks, we've only got surface stuff to go off at the moment. We've only got look and presentation. We don't, and you know, a little bit of depth with bits in the QR code and those interviews. So, you know, there's definitely a bit of depth there. But, like, what happened to Dexter Lumis's marriage to Indy Hartwell? What happened? Why is Joe Gacy so alone? I mean, was it the breakup of Schism? Because we saw him have matches after that, and he didn't seem to be upset. He seemed to be kind of thriving, like, you know, being, like, unhinged. But maybe that wasn't the truth. So I just feel like there's so much that needs fleshing out. There's so much that we need to kind of really get our teeth into. And these journal entries are great, and they're cryptic, and they're fun. But there is so much heartfelt, heartwarming, real conversation that needs to be had. That, like what we just said with Bo and Braun, I think is a good example of what we can do. And, you know, listen, I want to hear from Nikki. I want to hear from Nikki. I want to hear, like, you know, how lonely she was, how hard it was. And listen, this might all be coming. This might be on the way. This might be stuff that we can look forward to. Oh, and who doesn't want to hear from Eric Rowan? You know? I know we've already had that one sit-down interview with him, but can you imagine him talking to Braun? Because they were both in the Wyatt family at the same time. So, you know, you can have this heartfelt Bo talking to Braun, and then Braun kind of comes into the group, and immediately there's Eric Rowan. You tell me that when Rowan gives Braun a hug, that you're not going to go, oh my God. Oh my God. Because you know what it means, and you know why it matters, and you know the pain that they've both gone through. And so that isn't just two guys hugging. There's a lot behind it. There's a lot of hurt, and there's a lot of healing. And so I just think, like, that's why another QR code tonight is fine. I'm not, you know, everyone knows I love them, and we love exploring them, we love investigating. So I'm not going to be down on it if we get another one. But that's the world that I want to get into. I want to get into the meat of this thing. I want to get into the substance. I want to get in there, you know, rather than all this like, looking at a lantern and doing a bit of this and all that. I mean, great, brilliant, thanks. But give me a bit more, man. Give me a bit of that, like, real kind of, the depth, the emotion, all of that. So, Dean, you started something there. The juices were flowing. Hopefully they were flowing in the chat as well. Finn B Wrestling, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. We have got, wow, look at that, only 55 minutes now. I feel like it was literally like a minute or so ago. I was like, we've got an hour and 35. Now we've only got 55. Flies, done it. Connor, Daze, 7 changes for 2 hour Raw. WWE stars move to SmackDown. Becky returns. Gallus joins Drew. Hey, Gallus joining Drew. I like that. I like that. There's something to that. Gives the Wyatt Sicks another. And then does that tie in with what Tom's saying. I like that's good. That is. WWE announced change for Netflix. Seth Rollins, Bronson Reed, and the New Day split up. Well, you've got a lot of good bits in there. The one that's jumped out is Gallus joining Drew. Gallus, for me, are a group that I think would do well in that role of being a support. Like, we keep trying to showcase them as being stars in their own right. And I like them because they can fight. I mean, they are guys that no nonsense, you know. Gallus boys on top, they go out there, you know, they like to have a pint. They're very Sheamus, aren't they? You could see them with Sheamus. They're very brawling brutes, but not with like cheesy butch names and all that kind of stuff and flat caps and all this kind of stuff. They just are hooligans, like they just are people that are out to, you know, pick a fight. Kind of guys that will go drinking on a Friday night and, you know, trouble will find them, or they'll find trouble and they'll get into a fight, they'll get into a brawl. And having like Drew as like a bit of a leader, a bit of a mentor, that would be really interesting for Drew as he moves forward. Gives him a purpose. He's a mentor, much like how, you know, AJ was for Omos for a bit, how Sheamus was for Ridge and Pete Dunne. You know, people go into those roles like Bailey was for Dakota and Io. Now, Drew could do that next year for Gallus. Eventually, they can break away. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think that would be good use of them to like bump around and then set up like some big feuds. Imagine them against Wyatt Sicks, as we said. I think that would be very interesting. And all of a sudden, that makes a lot more sense as to why the Wyatt Sicks would have them on the radar. Because at the moment, why would the Wyatt Sicks go after Drew? Drew's just on his own. What are they going to do? Or beat him up? I don't know. So, but if you put Gallus with it, that's quite interesting. Lisa said someone made an interesting point about strength with Vince's booking than Triple H's. That we always expect the best and the worst from Vince. We haven't seen Triple H's worst yet. Thoughts? My thoughts are that I think Vince largely catered for family and kids and stuff like that, right? What I mean by that is, with the Attitude Era being an exception, a lot of Vince's humor was very simple to understand. It was too simple at times. You know, Vince enjoys fart jokes. Yeah. Jokes about poop, right? Kiss my ass club, right? The kind of stuff that if you're young, you'll be like, kind of like, that's disgusting. And Mae Young giving birth to a hand. You know, kids don't really ask, why a hand? What's going on? You know, adults do. But kids are like, oh my God. You know, and I feel like Vince's booking could be explained that way. Right? That a lot of the time, it's not about having great matches. It's about family entertainment and just being like, you know, outrageous, right? And I feel like with Triple H, he's kind of cut a lot of that like nonsense out, which I think for us adults has been very appreciated. So, you know, you don't get like the stupid Ms. TV, hey, ho, ho, those kind of things anymore. Right? You know, Ms. TV, Miz and Morrison, that kind of stuff. That was, you know, that's the kind of stuff that you would get under Vince on a regular basis. Old Day. Yeah? Bobby Lashley's sisters. Bailey, This Is Your Life. Like, you can go on and on and on and on and on with those kinds of segments that we had, which I just put down to being silly, wacky, family entertainment, blah, 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 blah. I think that Triple H has come along and he's just tightened things where things are now a bit more still entertaining for kids, right? But it's lost that kind of silliness, wackiness, that kind of, you know, toilet humor. That's gone as well. And now you've got storylines that you can still understand. You know, kids love Cody. little girls idolizing Rhea and Liv and Bianca. And I just think, like, the world's moved on, to be honest. I think that Vince found a formula that worked for him. And I think that he just ran it into the ground. I think, but it's hard, isn't it? Because I can tell you, I mean, I've been doing YouTube for 8 years. And the content I do now is not the content I did when I started. And, you know, I can tell you that, like, it's difficult because we do these streams now. And I'm fully aware that there's, as every week goes by, someone new will start streaming, right? And this is a space that is getting more and more crowded, right? And it's the same with everything on YouTube and TikTok, right? Every creator that does something is going to have more competition as time goes by. And it, you know, it very much could get to the point where, you know, I might do these streams and there might be next to no one that joins us because there's so many other places for people to go that, you know, it's getting harder and harder to attract new people, right? And so I can understand that Vince got himself into a position where he had something that worked and he just kept running with it, right? And he kept getting diminishing returns, but it's very hard to go, well, I'm going to do this instead, because this instead is unproven. There's no guarantee that it works, and you are running the risk of, like, driving away the fans you do have and not attracting new fans. It's a gamble. It'd be like me stopping streaming and then doing nothing but retro show reviews, yeah? And I just do that going forwards. So the people that love joining us for the streams, I run the risk of driving them away. Can I replace them with viewers that are interested in watching retro reviews? Will that get me more viewers? Will it get me less viewers? I don't know. I don't know. It would be a gamble for me to do that. And I'm not doing that, by the way. But it would be a gamble for me to do that. But as streaming gets more and more competitive, I might see my numbers going down. And I might get to the point where there has to be a decision that's made, right? And that's the kind of situation I think Vince was in. He kept doing the thing that was working. He was getting diminishing returns. And if he was going to change it up and mix it up and do something different, it was going to be a gamble. And I don't think people appreciate how much of a gamble that would be, because we're talking about gambling whilst you are the market leader and whilst you are this massive international presence that, you know, you are the market leader. People love WWE. You are an established brand. He was playing it safe. I think he was playing it safe. I think he just kept, and this is a criticism you hear of him all the time, is that he would, you know, find something good and he would just run it into the ground. You know, if there's a good feud, they just kept doing them. If there was a good storyline, it went too long. Yeah. Anything that was good, we just battered it. We just battered it into the ground until people were bored of it. And then we'd try and move on to the next thing that was good, you know? So I think Vince, and listen, dotted in there are some bad ideas as well, of course, right? So I would say that Vince's booking, I think because of Vince being who he is and what he is alleged to have done, anytime you talk about Vince's booking now, people will go, garbage, rubbish, I'm glad he's gone. We're in a much better place now, right? And I just think that's so unfair, because I started watching WWE in 92/93, and I'm still here. So there is absolutely no way that I can say that that booking was garbage, because I have watched it my whole life. I have loved it. And it just feels like people are retrospectively being dismissive because it's Vince. I think if Vince had retired and didn't have the allegations against him and was seen as like this lovely old man, oh, I love Vince, I don't think you would hear people trashing his booking. I really don't. I think that because of who he is, because of what's alleged, because it's been so turbulent with the fallout and all this stuff, and because, you know, Twitter is Twitter, social media is social media, right? I think that that has reflected in the way that people review where we've been. Listen, we can sit here for hours talking about the rubbish stuff that Vince did, but we could sit here for hours talking about the amazing stuff that Vince did as well, because there's so much stuff that we love from the history of WWE. I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know if it's 50-50. I don't know if it's 60-40 in favor of, like, there was more bad than good. I don't know. That's, you know, down to everyone to measure it themselves. But what I would say is there was goods, there was bads, and exactly the same is true of Triple H. Because anyone saying that we've not had bad stuff under Triple H, I would say Money in the Bank. I mean, having Drew win Money in the Bank and then just throwing it away when we could have given that to Andrade, or we could have given it to Jey Uso. Having Austin Theory cash in on a mid-card championship and then fail made him look like an idiot that he's still not recovered from. That, to me, is not good booking. Right now, we're on the verge of Nia versus Liv at Crown Jewel. And even if Tiffany does cash in, you can't tell me that's good booking, right? What about Liv when she tapped at SummerSlam in the match with Ronda Rousey? And then, so she keeps the belt, and then the very next show, the crowd are chanting, "You tapped out," and she starts crying in the ring because the crowd have turned on her when she's a babyface. Ask Liv if that was good booking. Ask Liv if that was good booking. There's to say that Triple H has not been bad or has not shown, like, you know, some bad booking. Again, for me, this is where wrestling fans are really down on Vince because of who he is, and they're really high on Triple H because of who he is. And for me, that's not reality. Reality is there was good and there was bad under Vince, and there is good and there is bad under Triple H. What I would say is, because Vince's bad was, shall we say, really bad, because it was toilet humor, and I think it was aimed at kids and families and lowest denominator stuff, I think it stands out a little bit more. Whereas Triple H, when he does something bad, it doesn't stink the place out to the same level as a result. But my answer is still the same. I think people are in denial if you don't think Triple H has not put any foot wrong, because he absolutely has. I mean, the way that Karrion Kross has been booked since being brought back has been atrocious. It's been atrocious. I mean, this is such a talent. I love his promos. I love, like, you know, you watch his promos online and he's just fantastic. You look at, like, you know, how he's built. He looks like a big star. And then you look at how they use him and it's a joke. He ended up being in a comedy match at WrestleMania. Flipping comedy match. I mean, in the end, it's like, it's Bubba saying "get the tables," and the crowd are like loving it and having a good time. But that ain't the kind of match that Karrion Kross should be involved in. In my mind, Karrion Kross should be involved in a Hell in a Cell with CM Punk, busted open with blood everywhere, like some goofy comedy thing at WrestleMania. So, to me, that's where wrestling fans are kind of cherry picking. Vince equals bad, Triple H equals goods, and people are comfortable with that. It's not the truth, but people are comfortable. Not everyone, but, you know, some boomers out there. But that's just not the real world. Where are we? We've got 39 minutes. The Ring General said Wrestling Daze is sacred. Happy Monday, all. The Ring General, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. And hope you're excited for when your spiritual leader will be facing Goldberg. Because that definitely feels like a match that's on the way. Not sure when, though. Some people are wondering, and actually we should have done a poll. We'll do it now. Who leaves as world champion tonight? Who leaves as world champion? Some people are thinking Sami wins tonight. And then that means that we get Sami versus Cody, which is fine. And then that would free up Gunther to face Goldberg at Crown Jewel. I mean, listen, if it goes that way, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked because I'm not expecting Sami to win a world title tonight. It just doesn't feel right. If you think about how excited we were when Sami was facing Roman in Montreal and how it was the talk of the town and it was like, can he do it? And we had that amazing moment at the Royal Rumble. Like, compare that to tonight where we are now. We've spoke more about the Wyatt Sicks than we have Sami going for a world title. Are we really on the verge of Sami being a world champion? Because it don't feel like it. It don't feel like it at all. Not compared to where we were with Montreal. So, I don't know. I want him to be world champion, but part of me would be like, not like this. Not like this. This isn't how I wanted it. And maybe I would say bad booking. Maybe I'd say bad booking if it did go that way. Carl and Dawn said, Dawn posted something a few minutes ago. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I feel like people know that you could have access to her account, and like the more that you try and prove it, the more concerned I get, to be honest. Plus also, I'm looking down my notifications and I can't see anything, so I don't think I've been tagged in it. So, listen, if Dawn is safe, and you're giving her like food and water and everything, then that's brilliant. That's all we want, really. That's all we want. We want to believe that that's what's happening. That's all. That's it. I like Dawn. I got a lot of time for Dawn. I would genuinely be upset if she'd been murdered by you. But, yeah. If you're telling me that she's tweeted out, you know, I could show that on stream and people straight away will be like, oh, he's logged into her account. This is the world we live in. This is, do you know what I mean? There's not much I can do, Cole. In many ways, you've brought this on yourself. I would take some of the blame, but I really don't think it was my fault. I think the community had their suspicions before I even mentioned it, to be honest. So, I've tried. You're the one that's bringing it back up again. I've tried to move on. Didn't I? I was talking about Vince's booking, Triple H's booking. We've talked about the Wyatt Sicks. I keep looking to see, oh, right, we've only got 36 minutes. You're the one that's dragged us back, Cole. And I don't even know why. I don't know why, to be honest. Honestly, you try to help some people. Try to move the conversation. Oh, no, let's go back to my dead wife. Can I just... I do feel like I need to apologise there because I just said it out loud and I was like, oh, no, that is too far, actually. That might be too far. Actually, when I just said it, then I was like, oh, no, that is a bit far. Shout out to you, Cole. He's taking it all in his stride, eh? He's a good guy. He might not be, but I think he's a good guy. Ribby said, how is it going, Daze, and everyone in the chats? Ribby, shout out to you, my friends. And Magic Dak said, if Tiffy cashes in at Crown Jewel, who does she cash in on? It could be interesting what they could do. No. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. It's not interesting. Having a build where... Because we don't know that it's going to happen, right? So right now, I'm having to sit here and I'm having to try and get excited, and you're having to try and get excited for Nia versus Liv. Heel versus heel, right? I don't care if Tiffany does cash in. The fact that I've got to sit here for 4 weeks under the impression that I'm getting heel versus heel means that this is not good booking. Because it's not good booking because, honestly, if you book a card that way, I genuinely could end up looking at it if I'm not a big fan of WWE. I could look at it and go, nah, I'm not interested in that. It's not a match I care for. I'm not, we can skip this show. I'm not bothered by it. It's not a match that's like, oh my God, you've got to see this, right? So for me, if you're going to book matches that are not appealing, how can you get a pat on the back? How can we be like, oh, well done, excellent work? Excellent work. Because that, oh yeah, but at the show they might do this, they might do that. Well, you can say that every time. That means you could book any nonsense. You could book any nonsense. And in the back of your pocket, you've always got the card of, yeah, but at the show they might do this, they might do that. Do you know what I mean? I could book Roman Reigns versus Hornswoggle. And I could book that to be a steel cage match, and so no one can interfere and all this kind of stuff. And I could book that match, and people would rightfully be like, well, I'm sure people would want to see it, but people would also be like, why are we doing that? Well, the card I can play, yeah, well, but this might happen. The Rock might come down and replace. It might actually be The Rock dressed as Hornswoggle. So you think it's Hornswoggle, but when we get to the actual show, it's The Rock on his knees, dressed as Hornswoggle. And so actually what we end up getting is Rock versus Roman. That would be good then, but then you'd regret missing it. It's like you can't play that cards because it's just a nonsense card, isn't it? So, but let's say it does happen. Yeah, let's say it does happen. So she gets in there, and then she's got to choose, am I going to cash in on Nia? Am I going to cash in on Liv? I don't give a flip. I don't care. I don't care who you cash in on. I don't care. Cash in on Nia, cash in on Liv. I don't give a flip. I don't care. Either way, you'll be a world champion, and that's more important, isn't it? It's more important. Most important thing is, after the show, she has successfully cashed in. And so if she ends up pinning Nia, she pins Nia, she becomes world champion. I expect her to cash in on Nia at some point anyway, right now. I expect her to cash in on Nia. So actually, if we get to Crown Jewel and it turns out she cashes in on Liv, that's not as exciting. But if she cashes in on Nia, that's what I'm expecting anyway. There is no way this is interesting. In my mind, there is no way this is good booking. Anyone want to try and convince me that Nia versus Liv at Crown Jewel, if this is a real conversation that we're going to have, that this is in any way, any universe, good booking, I am willing to stand my ground and go to war on this one. I've got my costume on. I've got my my pistol. I'm ready. I'm ready for a showdown at dawn at the old saloon. Because for me, it's a nonsense. I don't, and actually, I don't know how you get out of it because, I mean, I can't see either of them having title matches unless Tiffany cashes in before. But even then, Tiffany's a heel. Unless what you do is you have Tiffany getting abused by Nia, right? And then literally just before, Nia is made to have a title match, and then Tiffany finally stands up for herself, cashes in on Nia, wins the championship, and turns face in the process, right? Because don't forget, even if she cashes in, it's a heel that's going to cash in on two heels. It's not good. None of it's good. Rubbish. Stop trying to tell me it's good. It's flipping heels everywhere I look. But one way that you could do it is you could have Tiffany getting abused week after week after week. Finally, she stands up to Nia, turns face in the process, and then you end up with face Tiffany against heel Liv. And that's better. That's better. But I just don't know that we're going to be able to do that in time. I don't know that we're going to be able to do that. And it would mean cashing in on a SmackDown, which is fine. We've done them on Raws and SmackDowns before, but it's not as palatable, is it? It's not, like, ideally you'd want it to be on a bigger stage. And it's, I don't know, she's got her Tiffy in the bank briefcase. I mean, I don't, you know, if they're selling and they're making some money off them, might be an argument she doesn't actually cash in until next year because she's got a custom briefcase. As soon as they gave her that custom briefcase, we knew she was carrying it for a while. People were telling me she was going to cash in at SummerSlam. I was like, there's no way. No way she's cashing in at SummerSlam because she's got a custom briefcase that they only shown off like the week before. And they started selling them. There was no way she was going to cash it in. Now, you know, we're a little bit past SummerSlam now. You know, we're into October now. So that briefcase has been on sale for a while. But, so have we got to the point where they're happy? Done? We've made our money out of those. Sales have slowed down. We can have a cash it in now? Maybe. Maybe. But, I mean, look, I feel like the story here is Nia keeps abusing Tiffany. Tiffany keeps, yes, my queen. No, my queen. 3 bags full, my queen. And she's going to cash in on Nia, surely. Surely she cashes in on Nia. The whole Liv stuff, I think, is just a red herring. It's just to try and, you know, throw you off the scent. But I think she'll cash in on Nia. I don't know when she cashes in on Nia. Rumors are that it might be Tiffany against Charlotte at WrestleMania. So she might cash in, do a feud with Nia, get past that feud, and then have Charlotte waiting for her at WrestleMania. So it could be something along those lines. Or she could cash in on Liv, and then she's got a belt and then face Charlotte that way. It would mean Charlotte surely going to Raw, which is not a problem. But I don't know, the more that we see Nia abusing Tiffany, the more that it feels like we are going to have them two feuding, and she's going to stand up to her. What's this? Hang on, we got a bit of information. PW Chronicle from Fightful Select. According to a long-time WWE employee, the first Raw on Netflix is likely going to be one of the January either. Royal Rumble is on February 1st. So that would actually make a lot of sense. So, very good. Word on the street as well is that CM Punk is going to be on Raw tonight. So, CM Punk is going to be around. Edward said, Daze, I know I gave you my theory on The Rock doing the 1, 2, 3 thing, and I know that you replied to it, but I would love to hear your thoughts on it here. I agree with it. It's a theory that I've heard people say. So Edward's theory was the 1, 2, 3 was him saying to Cody, I pinned you at WrestleMania. I'm coming, I'm collecting, you're dead. Right? And that it was a message to Cody. And certainly Roman has took it that way as well. Like, wouldn't want to be you. And it absolutely could be. Because we know that at WrestleMania, the plans are Cody versus Rock. The only thing I would say is that WrestleVotes tweeted out after Bad Bloods 1, 2, 3, 41. And so people have took that as being like, is it a triple threat? But actually, 1, 2, 3 could be about the pin. And it could be that this is now the start of the build towards Rock Cody at 41. So I don't like the triple threat idea. I really don't. I've said before, for me personally, and it's just a personal preference, I think the more people you put in a match, the least exciting that match gets. Obviously, with exceptions of like Battle Royals, Royal Rumbles, because they're just their own thing, right? But a triple threat to me is not more exciting than a singles match. A fatal 4-way is not better than a singles match or a triple threat. A fatal 5-way is not better than a triple threat, right? The more people you put in, the more just noise. It just becomes a spot fest. It's like people get in the ring, they do their bits, get back out, someone else comes in, they do their bits. You kind of see it in ladder matches. People come in, we're going to do this spot, right? That's me done. Out I roll. Someone else comes in. Now I do this spot. It doesn't have the ebb and the flow of a singles match. You know, a singles match, you're seeing people down, selling. You know, there's moments where the match breathes, and you pan into the crowds. The crowd are invested. They're on their feet. They're chanting, "This is awesome." Like, they're really into it. And you can see people, like, digging deep. I mean, look at what we just had with that Hell in a Cell match. 2 people going at it, busted open, both down at times, having to use their reserve energy to try and get through the match. You know, at one point, we've got Drew on his knees pleading. I mean, with a singles match, there's really no hiding places because you can't just go out the ring for 5 minutes to recover whilst everyone else does their spots. Like, you're in that match and we are on that journey with you. And for me, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind the best match is a one-on-one match. That is the gold standard. I have never seen... I mean, there have been amazing triple threats. I mean, obviously, I think Drew, Sheamus, Gunther. So it's not that it's impossible to have a good triple threat, but in the history of triple threats, I've seen more bad than good. And, you know, with Fatal 4-Ways, I would say that, again, just putting a load of people in the ring, it's not better than having one-on-one matches. So, look, it looks good on a poster. Roman, Cody, Rock, main event, unmissable. You're putting all these massive stars in the ring at the same time. It's hard to be down on that, right? I get it. I understand. There will be people out there that will be really excited for that. And listen, if we get it, you won't get much complaining out of me, right? Because it's hard to be down on 3 of the biggest stars we've ever seen being in the ring at the same time so that we try and figure out who should be champion. Right? So you won't get complaining out of me for that. The only thing I would say is at some point I will say, oh, I wish this was just Cody Roman, or I wish this was just Cody Rock, or I wish this was just Rock Roman. Because for me, the superior match is the singles match. That is the better match. And so I personally would rather it just be Cody versus Rock, or Cody versus Roman 3, or Roman versus Rock, rather than it being a triple threat. But, let's not get it twisted. I'm not going to be, like, super down on it. It'll be fine. I'll have a great time. And the build, I'm sure, will be really exciting. But if I could choose, if someone was to say, what would you like? I'd be like, I think I'll have Cody versus Rock, please. Or I'll take Roman, Rock, either. I don't mind. Probably Cody Roman would be, you know, least preferable. We've had that twice now. I don't really need a third in a row. Although, you know, I mean, what I would say is it would be historical, wouldn't it, to do the same main event 3 years in a row? Like, and if there was a feud that could warrant it, this feels like you could do it. I think there would be complaining. You're going to get complaining. But I think that you could also get away with it. Certainly if, like, you know, you build up the tension between Rock and Roman, and maybe this is the moment that The Rock turns on Roman, is in that match, which then sets up WrestleMania 42, Rock versus Roman. You know, there are ways that you could make it palatable. But of the options on the table, it would probably be my least preferred. But I think still an option. And so, yeah, I think that, I think the 1, 2, 3, 41, I'm more inclined for that being, I pinned you at WrestleMania, and I'll see you at WrestleMania 41. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for that title. I told you I was coming for you. So I can sort of understand that Rock going after Roman right now sort of starts a massive story where I don't know that will lead into the big payoff at the WrestleMania coming up, because all the rumors were Cody versus Rock for next year. So when would you do Rock Roman if they are on a collision course now? When would you do that match? It's a match that you could only really do at WrestleMania. You might be able to do it at SummerSlam, but it's too big for, you know, most of the other shows. I mean, you can't do it at Elimination Chamber or Backlash, or, you know what I mean? Like, there's only certain shows. I mean, that is a stadium event, isn't it? You do Rock Roman, you need a stadium, because that is going to sell tickets. So you don't want to do it in an arena. So there's only certain shows that you can do that at. Tricky, innit? A lot of moving parts at the moment. Lots of moving parts. Michael, shout out to you, said, how do the Wyatt Sicks get a push? It seems difficult with Raw going to 2 hours. Nah, we do it with SmackDown. I mean, honestly, I think that it's not the Wyatt Sicks that are going to suffer. Us going down to 2 hours, I'm hoping that it's your nonsense matches. It's the matches that were like, not really bothered by this. You know, it's your, I don't know, Los Lotharios, your LWOs. You know, it's your, probably going to be your Ludwig Kaisers. You know, it's going to be those kind of talents that don't really have that star power yet. You might enjoy them. Like, I ain't got nothing against Ludwig Kaiser. But let's be honest, if someone's getting cut, it ain't going to be the Wyatt Sicks with the amount that they've invested in them. You know, masks and the presentation and how big they're making them feel and, you know, the big entrances, the connection to Bray. I can't see them suffering. And I can't see Gunther suffering. I can't see Punk suffering. And I can't see Liv or Rhea or Judgment Day. So someone's got to suffer because you're going from 3 hours down to 2. It's going to be your LWOs. It's going to be your Del Toros and your, you know, your kind of low-level, mid-cards, those sort of boomers, you know? It's one of those where, for years, I've said I wish that Raw was 2 hours, and I was not alone in that. I would say the majority were like, because for the longest time, Raw being 3 hours was, you know, you could always finish a Raw and give it a 7 out of 10, something like that. And you would always be like, yeah, if we'd just maybe not done this and this and this, and it was 2 hours and it was a bit tighter, oh, God, this show would have been so good. And we're having those conversations a lot. Sod's Law, you get to 2024, and this has been one of the best years for Raw. You know, Raw has been the best show, certainly since WrestleMania. And we've been full of and of course it's now, isn't it, that they take it to 2 hours. They didn't want to, but it's now that it goes to 2 hours. So I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know what you do if you're WWE. I don't know what you do. It's a really interesting one because there's nothing you can do right now. It's going to 2 hours. But do you take it back to 3 when you go to Netflix? Because there's a couple of things to weigh up with that. I don't know how much it costs to produce that 3rd hour, right? Because you've got to beam the signal out, of course, and you've got to pay like for all the people being there, and you've got to pay for, like, you know, I mean, you pay for the venue anyway. I don't know about the staff if you just pay them or anything. I've got to think that the 3rd hour, it's definitely incurring extra cost. I think we can agree that if you're going to do a 3rd hour, it's not going to be cheaper, right, than doing 2. It's going to definitely cost you more, right? Because you're, you know, sending messages out to Netflix live, and that is going to carry a cost. So it definitely costs more to do 3 hours. What that number is, I genuinely don't know, because you're already paying the venue, you're already paying the wrestlers, you're already paying the production team, your ring guys to put the ring up, take the ring down, you're already paying all of those, the crew. So what the cost is, it's definitely an extra cost, but it might be minimal. It might be minimal, right? So then do you look at it and go, well, we keep it 3 because that means we can showcase more people, we can make more stars? Or do you keep it 2 because whatever that cost is goes away and you potentially put out a better, tighter product? You know? 2 hours means you just showcase the best of the best. And 2 hours means that you get rid of that little extra cost, which I don't think's massive, but there will be a cost. And so do you do that? Because there's no schedule that you have to fit. It doesn't matter. It's not going to matter to Netflix if your show is 2 hours or 3 hours because they haven't got a schedule to fill, right? The show could be an hour. As long as people are subscribing to Netflix to watch WWE, as long as Netflix sees their subscriber count go up, it makes no difference to them if the show is 1 hour 2 hour, 3 hour, 20 hour, 24 hour. It don't matter. The only thing Netflix going to care about is that the subscribers go up. Their monthly subscribers go up. And as long as they see that, that's all they're going to care about. So, I don't know. There's some big conversations that need to be had, isn't there? Some big conversations, because what do you do? 3 hours means you can showcase more people, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the show quality is going to be good. 2 hours means everything's tighter, probably improves the show quality, but it's not a guarantee. Cuts, and because Netflix don't care, because I don't think they do, they don't care how long the show is, you get rid of like any extra cost. And to be honest, this is gonna hurt. You could probably cut the roster if you want to talk about saving money. If you've only got 4 hours of TV to fill rather than 5, you can probably cut a few people, can't you? And if you want to talk about saving money, listen, I know what people are going to say. They're going to be like, oh my God, no, I get it. I don't want people to lose their jobs. But from the business point of view, you have got the ability now to save money, because if you go 2 hours, you don't need as many wrestlers, and so you can save on all their wages. And I'm sorry to say that I would not be stunned if budget cuts was being discussed. And that's something you have to factor in, because if you look at the wage saving and you're going to save millions and millions on wages because you can trim like 20 odd people from the roster, then that's going to be taken into consideration, isn't it? That's going to be taken into consideration. He got asked this about how long's the show going to be when it goes to Netflix. He was asked by Denise Salcedo after Bad Bloods, and he said, as soon as I know, I'll let you know. So that says to me that, I mean, he might be lying, but it says to me that they don't quite know yet. They haven't quite figured out how long the show should be. And I genuinely wouldn't be shocked if those kind of conversations are being had. I genuinely wouldn't be shocked if those kind of conversations are happening, you know. The pros and the cons. Sleazeboy said, who would win a race between Sarah Jessica Parker and Ref Aubrey Edwards? I would go Ref Aubrey Edwards. I think she's a little bit younger. I don't know that Sarah Jessica Parker looks after herself. I think she does. Whenever I've seen her, she looks toned. But I would imagine that Ref Aubrey Edwards, because of what she does, she's probably in the gym a bit, certainly more than me. And what with her being younger, I would have my money on her. Miguel said, brother, how's things going? Hello, Miguel. Hope you're well, my friend. Says, I've missed y'all. Well, welcome back. Welcome back into the folds. It's very exciting in the community. There's a lot going on at the moment. And I would bring you up to speed, but honestly, it's been covered. We've spoken about it. We've agreed that this is the coolest community on the internet at the moment. And it's only got better now that you're here, Miguel. So welcome back. Dave Walker, hello. Shout out to you. Nana, LA Knight, yeah. So, Dave, shout out to you. He's doing really well, isn't he? It's great to see that support for him has not wavered. His music hits and he still gets great reactions. And that really is fantastic to see. I'm so pleased for him. Because, honestly, the way that the crowd took to him was very... a bit like a fad, a bit like a trend. It's the kind of bubble that you're just sort of waiting to pop. You're waiting for the backlash, because they weren't really on board with him when he was feuding with Bray. If you go back and look at the reactions he was getting when he was feuding with Bray, people weren't really into him. And then it was the months after that. Certainly is, I think he pinpointed it as being some point in the March. So the Pitch Black match was obviously the Royal Rumble at the end of January. And I saw an interview with him where he was like, it was some point in March where he just sensed that the catchphrases were starting to land, and there was like a bit of a groundswell. And by the time we're getting to WrestleMania, people are like, oh, you can't have a WrestleMania in LA without LA Knight. And the catchphrase was over, and it was, I don't know, from the moment the flickers were there to the moment he was getting these monster reactions, it was quite a quick period of time. And it's the kind of thing that you could see, like, it being a bit of a fad, it being a bit of a trend, it being a bubble that eventually bursts. Well, here we are. Here we are, nearly towards the end of 2024, and he's still getting really great reactions. And, yeah, it's great. I'm so pleased for him. I'm really pleased that it's not something that was a fad, and it's not something that was a trend, and it's not something that a bubble has burst, you know? He's got his mid-card title. I don't know where he goes from here. I think getting to a world title will be difficult, but possible on Raw. I could see him being in the mix for that one. Can't see him being in the mix for the SmackDown one, the one that Cody's got. It's too crowded. Too many big names. Rock, Cody, Roman, you know. I think Randy will be in that conversation at some point soon. Cena, I think, could be in that conversation at some point next year. I think it's a bit crowded. But the other one, I don't know, have to see. He's on the wrong brand at the moment, so I can't see anything happening until we get the draft next year. But if I'm Triple H, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at him for that position. Smoke E. Diglett said, am I the only one that saw KO and Cody fight after Bad Bloods? Yeah. It was only you, Smoke. If you've got any details, you'll have to let us know, because that certainly sounds like it's big news. So, Smoke, thank you for bringing that to our attention. That is, guys, if you've heard anything about that, can you ping it over? Because that sounds interesting, doesn't it? Kevin Owens and Cody. They're friends, aren't they? Aren't they friends? I think you're confused. I'm pretty sure they're friends. Who's Cody? Said Uncle Rebel. Mr. Cardinal said, Daze, I will pay you $500. I'll do it. Done. What do you need? What do you need? Bikini? Something like that, is it? What do you need? To put me in the Hall of Fame. Oh, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Turns out you found something that I can't do. I cannot corrupt the integrity of the Community Hall of Fame. It is not something I have a choice with. You get voted in by the community. $600 and we'll talk, though. Yeah? Call me, maybe. I'm joking. I got it. Even for that, it would be a no. It cannot be bought. It has to be earned. Amin, shout out to you. I did not watch Bad Bloods. Well, Amin, you're in the right community. We love wrestling fans and even non-wrestling fans like you, Amin. People that actively hate wrestling and go out of their way to make sure that they don't watch the shows. I love having you here as well. So, Amin, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Michael, shout out to you, my friend. Michael Champion. What a great name. Great name. Connor says, I say that Goldberg is going to interfere and he will cost Gunther and he'll make Sami the new world champion. Well, actually, that takes us to the poll, which is really good timing. So who leaves as world champion, right? 65% of you have said Gunther. 35% think Sami. So actually, probably not as wide as I thought, you know. I thought there'd probably be more that would go with Gunther there. 65-35 definitely gives Sami a chance, doesn't it? Definitely gives Sami a chance. So seems like a lot of you are on board with Sami. Do you know, guys, it's true. I am actually now being sent. Oh, look at this. I'm now being sent Kevin and Cody actually having a conversation. They're talking, it's fine. That's fine. That's just them having a chat as friends, isn't it? Yeah, I've done that. I've had chats like that with my mates. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Oh, he's kicking him! He's kicking him! Oh my God! Oh my! Did WWE know about this? Oh my God! Oh, look at them all running! Oh Jesus! Does Brandy know? Does Brandy? What about Pharaoh? Oh, I bet Pharaoh was watching this out the window, wasn't he? Oh my God! I bet he was crying. Daddy! Oh, what about the daughter? I don't know her name. Lily Bell? I don't know. I don't know what she's called. He's the American Nightmare. She's probably called something like Statue of Liberty or something like that. She was probably looking out of, because these are actually windows, you know, that you can, I think you can look out of them. I don't know. So she was probably at Daddy with Pharaoh as Kevin Owens was messing up her dad. Oh God, what a shock. Honestly, and what's this? What is this? It goes for 1 minute 21. We haven't got time. Looks hilarious though, so loving it. Loving it. Right, where are we? We are a minute. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Yes, we're up to speeds. Smokey Diggler said the way they did it was relayed to the fans to record and post, and it was genius. I agree. We were talking about this the other day. We got asked, why didn't it happen at the end of the show? And I think the truth is that with Rock coming out and Jimmy returning and all of that stuff, I mean, I think then to try and have Kevin turning on Cody, it's probably a bit too much to kind of fit in at the end of the show, right? You've already got Jimmy and Rock and, you know, kind of so many little looks and all this stuff. So, as you said, to have it kind of happen after, when the fans are leaving, I mean, you actually have got the fans on the walkway with their phones, like, filming it. And I think the way that they went about it was quite clever. I wish they hadn't done it the same night as the big UFC show. Because I was on the UFC stream when people were telling me, and I was like, oh, I can't do anything with this. I can't even watch it. Because I'm doing UFC. I'm doing another TKO product. I mean, I wouldn't mind if I'd have left the TKO universe to go and watch, like, Joker 2. You know, that's on me then. That's on me. But I was still within the TKO bubble. I'd gone from one of their shows to another one of their shows. And I was, you know, missing out, unfortunately, on and something I couldn't even watch. So, very frustrating. Plus, I was trying to, you know, keep it UFC because I know that not everyone that joins us for UFC really cares about WWE. So, it's like, so, yeah, I just wish they'd put them on different nights, to be honest. Yeah, but that is Saturday. It's in the past. We move on. I agree with you, Smoke. I thought that the way they did it was very good. Just the wrong day. Here's Gunther then. Here is the ring general. And guys, please, if you just take only one thing from this stream, please take away that it is Prime Day today. Amazon Prime Day. Lots of savings. Yeah. I'm going to buy a new bikini. Here's Pete Dunne. There is Sheamus with his shillelagh. Have you seen the Daryl spin-off? Do you know I haven't, Ryan? I love The Walking Dead. I watched the first 2 episodes of Dead City, but I have not got any further than that. It's good. I just haven't got any further. And I've not started Daryl, and I've not seen the Rick and Michonne thing either. Oh, there he is, Mr. Yeet. The Yeet Man. The Yeet Meister. The Yeet Meister General. Oh. I just saw something in the background, but it was Cody's bus. Who's this? Chart topping. Good. What? Sexy Reds? She's meant to be on NXT? Sexy Reds? Oh! I've seen her vagina. Yeah! Amazing. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, is that it? Cool. Amazing. Sexy Red, let's go. Yeah, she was an answer NXT, wasn't she? What's she doing here? She's got the wrong show. That is so Sexy Red, isn't it? What's she like, eh? What is she like? Okay, we're just having a look at a video package, which is promoting and showing us what went down at Bad Bloods. Oh man, I was genuine. Do you know, I watched my reaction back to Dominic falling out of the shark cage. I was genuinely concerned. There's a moment where I'm like, oh my god, like a little girl. I was like, oh my god, Dominic, oh my god. I was so embarrassed when I watched it back. I was like, Jesus. Man up. Rather, oh, Dominic, oh, please be safe. Oh my god, Dominic. Proper little scaredy cat I was. I really thought he had fallen. I really thought that he had tumbled out of the thing. And then, of course, like, he's chained, and so he's, like, swinging away, and it's all planned, and he's, like, up in there. Oh, my God, Dominic, oh, my God. Embarrassing. They cut her off. Well, chances are she was probably swearing. Gio the Theo said she's been called up to the main roster. It's great when NXT talent gets called up. Sexy Red's made it. Very good. She's horrid, said Shane. Oh, you just don't understand her like I do. She's got boobs. No one with boobs can be horrid. That's the rule. She's got boobs and a vagine. She is a goat in my eyes. Gaming Fanatic said, we will have to see if it's 2 hours. It's showing as being 3, like it usually does. It's probably just not changed. They probably just don't know. So, Gaming Fanatic pointing out that on there, wherever they're streaming it, it's still showing us 3, but very much 2 hours is what we've been told. I don't listen to Sexy Red. Oh, you should. I love all of her songs. Oh, here's CM Punk. I heard a song called Get It Sexy, and the lyrics to that are absolutely diabolical. Should we have a look at them? Get It Sexy. Sexy. Let's have a look. CM Punk's coming out. Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Grrr, bow, bow, bow. Yeah, 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 yeah. Luke Harper fan. It's sexy. Slim, thick, caramel skin. 5'5", this be a 10. Hair done. Bills paid. Catch me sliding in a Benz. It's a car. I ain't looking for no man. Ain't recruiting no new friends. Louis bag filled with bands. Go on, sexy. Do your dance. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Get it sexy. Boy, you know this ass super fat. Oh, he's staying in the entrance, right? Oh, that's good. I'm glad we stopped there, actually, in retrospect. Thank you. Thank you, CM Punk, for not going to the ring. He stayed in the entranceway. What's he saying? Oh, look, he's got confused, didn't he? He's meant to go to the ring and he can't do it. He's got bandages and everything, isn't he? Look at that. He's got a boo-boo on his head. He can't act like he's injured, not after what we've seen, what happened to Drew. I'm in no condition to be here. He says I'm in no condition to walk to the ring. It hurts to smile, but I had to come here and see you. I'm alive, but I don't feel like it. It doesn't feel like I won. Yeah, but you did, so, you know. Yay. Mm-hmm. He's left with a lot of questions. He doesn't... Oh. What are we doing? He's sort of saying he's banged up worse than he's ever been banged up. I love you, but I just don't know. CM Punk chant. He wants to thank his fans. You waited 7 years for me to come back to wrestling, and then another 3 for me to come home. Let him in, said Kim's Chains. Vacation for Punk. It could be. He wants to thank his peers. This could be him going away for a hot minute, couldn't it? You are right. I don't think he's done, of course. He's not had that WrestleMania moment. He wants to thank the people that don't like him at all. I've turned your hate into cash. Thank you. It's a great line. That's a great line. That is a great line. I don't know why you keep doubting me, but keep doubting me. CM Punk said, I'd like to say I'll see you soon, but I just don't know. It's hard to buy that, to be honest. It's hard to buy that. Seth Rollins is coming out And we know that there is no love lost here. Is he going to shake his hand or something like this? Seth Rollins smiles, barges past CM Punk, and they're making it very, very clear that there is unfinished business there. Very clear that there is unfinished business. Seth is coming down in something that's not as elaborate, to be honest. It's a little bit Shield-esque, isn't it? Anyone else getting like little Shield vibe? Black with like a body warmer in black. Yeah, a lot more subdued. You think of all the bright colours that he tends to wear. Better, to be honest. I don't mind him wearing elaborate clothes. I just wish they were cool. I just wish I could look at him and go, yeah, he looks good. And I think he looks pretty good here. I think he looks pretty good. Seth looks like a snake, said Mr. B. What's he going to say? Get well soon? CM Punk, get well soon from all of us in this building. The sooner that you get back, the sooner I can kick your ass and retire you for good. Okay, Seth. Monday Night Rollins. Listen, he's got an issue with Big Bronson Reed, hasn't he? Crowd singing Seth's theme. Punk Seth at WrestleMania 41. Feels like it, doesn't it? Seth is dressed pretty normal tonight, said Kelly. Seth needs to push past Joker Seth character, especially with Joker 2 bombing. That's true. The final boss, The Rock, is back, says Seth. He's talking about what's been going down whilst he's been away. Cody is teaming with Roman, and we get a little look down the glasses. He touches on the Kevin Owens incident, and he's like, I'm not supposed to talk about that. Freaking Rollins. I'm back to destroy Bronson Reed. Let's go. Bronson's not here tonight, said Seth. Listen to me real close. Come here. Oh. This is good from Seth. Oh. Look at the size of his face. You tried to end my career. I feel like Becky. You wanted to make a name for yourself. Well, congratulations. 6 tsunamis later, I know your damn name. Can I just tell you, Seth staring down the camera saying, you want to get famous, big boy? If that's not a meme, then we're doing the internet wrong, aren't we? Someone needs to get that clip of him going, you want to get famous, big boy? Brilliant. There we go. So he makes it very clear. Oh, hello. That he's after Bronson Reed, but now here we're going straight into Jey's promo night. It's promo night. It's promo night in the Fed. Will we see Becky tonight? I don't know. Don't think so. Oh man, it is bouncing. It is bouncing. Kicking off, mate. This guy is so over. Are we going to the IC title match now, are we? Jey getting in the ring. Day one-ish. Day one-ish. Okay, are we going to commercial break, are we? Coming up next is Jey versus Xavier. Seth Rollins walks away. And Intercontinental Championship match is next. What's this? What's this? WWE cannot be stopped. Jimmy. Roman. This is what's happening on SmackDown. Okay, Friday Night SmackDown. We've got Jimmy and Roman, but no word of The Rock. So we've got Jimmy and Roman, no word of The Rock. Okay, let's pause that. Mute that, it's loud. More yeet to the yeet. Jey deserved this title, said Cameron. This is being rushed, said Island High Life. Jey Uso versus Xavier Woods. Honestly, I think that they've got a template of how to book a 2-hour show because they've been doing SmackDown. So they know the structure and the format for a 2-hour show. If they are trying to squeeze in a bit more because they've got enough talent and stories for 3 hours, and so they are trying to get like 3 hours into 2 hours, then you can sort of understand it for like this first stage. I think it'll settle down as we get into like, you know, November, December. But I don't mind it. It was nice. CM Punk came out, said what he had to say. Seth came out, said what he had to say. I like how the two flowed into each other. Jey coming out. We go to commercial break. Intercontinental Championship match next. I ain't down on it, man. So far, so good for me. James said, I haven't said hi in a second. Nice hot start to Raw. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it's been a good, like, oh, now we've got this, now we've got this. I mean, I always like to jot down, like, bits that I want to go back to. We started with Sexy Reds, right? I don't know that I'll go back to that, but it's noteworthy. Then we go into the Punk segment, and he's sort of teasing, like, not coming back, which no one believes, but it's noteworthy. Then we've had Seth come out. He looks a bit cooler. I thought that he kind of got to his point. I like him calling the cameraman over. You wanted to make a name for yourself? Well, 6 tsunamis later, congrats, I know your name. And then, boom, Jey comes out, crowd go crazy. And we've got all in, like, what, 18 minutes? Not bad, that. Not bad. Hopefully, then, we've got enough time now to put on a really fun Intercontinental Championship match. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, it's weird, like, that we're 20 minutes in. And, you know, normally now we'd have 2 hours, 40. We've only got an hour and 40 minutes left to go. It's just weird. It just feels weird. But I don't know. I'm quite excited for it, man. Quite excited. Let's get in. Let's get done what we need to done. Let's go. Cutting off the fat. We're getting rid of the waffle. We're just getting to the meat of the matter. Do we think Seth is going to turn heel? Said Eclipse Tyrant. It's an interesting question. I mean, I think if he's going to feud with Punk, I think they'd keep Punk face. So, yeah, I think that Seth will be the one that kind of occupies that more heel role. But it might be one of those where we sort of do, like, Seth Punk, and it's just really pick the side. You know, if you're a Seth fan, then you ride with Seth. If you're a Punk fan, you ride with Punk. And we try and maybe not make it so heel face. It's more Seth. St. Louis. It might be more like Seth and Punk. Pick your side. Here's Xavier. He's coming down with his New Day music and partner in crime, Kofi Kingston, who's dancing away. Both of them in black. Dave's wife, Tiffany, does what Nia wants her to do, and she cashes in on Liv, but she does it before Crown Jewel. So Nia has to face Tiffany at Crown Jewel, says Keaton Andrew Lloyd. That could be interesting because if she does it before, then we don't have to suffer 4 weeks of thinking that we're getting heel versus heel. The other thing as well is that if Nia keeps abusing Tiffany can then go and be a champion, and then she can go and face Nia and get, revenge on Nia. So, yeah, that's interesting. As of right now, Nia against Liv is awful. If we can, during the build, change it, then I'm definitely down for that. And if we can turn Tiffany, face in the process so that we end up with face versus heel, then I'm down for that. I just think if we get to Crown Jewel and we end up with Liv, Nia, there's just no saving that for me. Oh, hello, fist bump here by Jay puts his hand out to Samantha. Samantha gives him a fist bump. Yeet. Intercontinental Championship on the line. That'll play well on social media. People will love that little fist bump by Jay. It is those little things that people love. Again, if you want to get a clip of that, get an image of that, put up something like, Jay was so real for this. This moment was so real. That's the kind of stuff that plays well on Twitter. Right, here we go. We are underway. Jay versus Xavier Woods. I think Liv Nia is interesting, says Joe. Okay. That's fine. People are entitled to their opinion. For me, it's heel versus heel, and I just can't find a way in. But you won't be alone in that. There'll be others out there that think it's interesting. Mr. B said, do we get a title change now? Will Jay go over to help Roman, or is it too soon? I think it's too soon. Should have done a poll on this, shouldn't we, really? Bit late in the day now. But we are underway. Samantha fist bump, said Zoom Station. WWE Ultimate Gaming said, if Woods did turn heel, how long do we think it would last? I hope it would last for some time. The blue on the belt doesn't fit, said Theka239. Kieran said Jay's going to retain his title. Toby said they ain't going to end the Saudi deal. There's no way do they hand Khan that on a plate. Commercial break. Jay down on the outside. And we go to commercial. 2-hour Raw. I feel like a kid again, said T85. Pillskin said, Daze, are you against the matchup or is it heel, heel, face, face? I don't mind face, face. But heel, heel, I've got no way into that. Heel, heel is just nonsense to me. There is no one to root for. I mean, I don't care for Liv. I don't care for Nia. I think they're both fine talents in their own right, but I don't have any reason. It's, you know, look, Jim Cornette did a little thing, didn't he, that people loved. I think it was on Dark Side of the Ring. And it's a little clip of him explaining, like, what wrestling is. And he's like, imagine you're driving down the road and you see this little guy and this big guy. And this big guy's picking on the little guy. And, you know, he's getting in his face. And then all of a sudden a fight breaks out. You know, you might not think, oh, I need to carry on with my journey. You might get out your car and you might go over, right, to have a look at what's happening. And you might find yourself, like, rooting for the little guy as the little guy is swinging away and he's trying to dig deep. And, you know, well, imagine that fight now is happening behind a paywall in a room. You got to pay $5 to go in. Imagine you know the little guy and he's a hero in the local area. Imagine the big guy is this evil, hated person. You know, you pay your $5, you go in, you root for the little guy to get the job done. In its essence, that's what wrestling is. And that's a clip that I've been sent quite a few times that people love, that really kind of boils down, like, you know, at its core, what wrestling is at the end of the day. Well, this is a situation where we've got two people that I don't care for, and I wouldn't even stop the car if they were fighting. I'd keep driving. I'm going to flip who wins out of Nia Liv. Why do I care? Liv is someone that I've never massively cared for. And so even if she was a face, I can't say I'd be that bothered. But now she's a heel. And she's, like, you know, destroying Rhea's life. And, you know, I understand people are saying, yeah, but she's only responded to... she's only responded because Rhea, like, put her on the shelf for a year. So that's what the whole revenge tour is. And it's like, yeah, but I understand. But she's been consumed with revenge. And she's been consumed by hate. Like, she wants to tear Rhea apart. She wants to take the belt. She wants to eradicate her from the planet. She wants to steal her man. She wants to take Judgment Day. Like, she's gone too far. She's been consumed by hate. Like, that's not really, like, the babyface way of going about things, you know? It's not really what a babyface does. You've gone too far. I mean, I don't think anyone would argue that Liv, well, some might, but I don't think most people would argue Liv's a heel at the moment, you know? And then, of course, Nia's a heel. We're seeing her intimidating Tiffany and pushing Tiffany around and grabbing her by the throat. Who are you meant to root for? Heel versus heel? I mean, it's just not a done thing. You can go back in the history of WWE and find a few heel versus heel matches, but it's just not the done thing. It really is something that you try to avoid. And to be perfectly truthful, I wouldn't be shocked if it turns out that's not the match we end up getting. I wouldn't be shocked if by the time we get to Crown Jewel, it changes, or there's a face that's somehow inserted into it to make it a triple threat, you know? Because this isn't, oh yeah, well, we did it this time. We did heel here. Not interested. I know that we've done heel versus heel in the past, but it's rare. And I don't know that there's... honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know that I can think of an example of where it's worked. I don't know that I could give you one match where I could think heel that was a success. We've done it, rarely. It's not the done thing, though. So, I mean, maybe if, like, Liv had been bullied by Nia and she was a babyface and all of that, then maybe we could, you know, maybe get something out of it. But so it is more the heel thing that bugs me. It's a very weird choice, but as I said, we've got 4 weeks, so I wouldn't be shocked if that ends up not being the match that we get. But let's park that, because we've got an Intercontinental Championship match. We've got Xavier. Oh, super kick there by Jey. We've got Jey going up. Big splash, and he lands on Xavier. Oh, and he gets the win. That's it. Xavier loses. I was just about to dial into this because I thought we were going to have time for it to cook. But Xavier has been defeated really quickly. Xavier has been beaten really quickly. That is a big opportunity that is gonna cost him there, isn't it? Jey Uso easily defeating Xavier. Do you know what? I like it. I like it because I don't think Xavier was going to win this. And I think rather than watching a load of back and forth, you've actually got a story now where Xavier has not only lost, but he has fallen well short. Well short. Jey showing respect with Kofi. He's putting his arm out, and Xavier is staring at that belt. Xavier he's got gritted teeth. He really doesn't know what to do in this situation, and he's walking past Jey. He's walking past Jey. Crowds are booing. Let's go. Xavier tells Kofi, let's go. So no respect shown there by Xavier. Yeah, he beat me. Congratulations. Why don't you go shake his hand again? Wow. That is quite the talking point. So Wade Barrett says that, oh, spear by Braun! Spear by Braun! Spear by Braun. Now we've got Kofi and Xavier. They don't know whether to go back. Kofi wants to go back. Kofi does go back. Kofi jumps on Braun. Xavier wasn't bothered about going back. Trouble in Paradise misses. Spear by Braun. Kofi goes to the outside. Braun break. Look at him, man. He looks great. He looks jacked. On the outside now, Braun is Xavier gonna pay the price? He is! Oh! It's Xavier that gets speared! He didn't even want to go back. Yeah, Xavier did not want to go back. He's ended up getting speared after being humiliated. Jey in the ring. Braun going against the ropes. Boom, spear. Jey goes down. God, it's all happening. It is all happening. I don't know that he should want the IC title back. It definitely feels like they are... I mean, is that just a message or... It definitely feels like he's interested in another opportunity, doesn't it? His rear. You continue to prove that you can't beat me all by yourself. All you've done. All you've done is guarantee another beating. You need Raquel. So I'll have to go through both of you. Rhea Ripley sending a message. Oh, hello. Here we go. It's going to be War Raiders, we think. So we've got these embers. And we've got these letters, which we believe spell the word war. They disappear. And we go to commercial break. Whew! Whew! Breakneck speed, innit? Breakneck speeds. Wrestling Bear said Jay's hair wasn't blue. It was more of an orange red. Do you think that might be an Easter egg for Jimmy and Jay coming back together? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't personally read anything into that. But, something to keep an eye on. Brody said, this is interesting. I'm guessing we're going to get a Braun Jey rematch. Does Bloodline cost Jey the title? Jey having that sort of an icy run is pretty dumb, though. Well, I have thought for the longest time that Bloodline will cost Jey the title, and that will be what convinces him to get involved. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like America in World War II. You know, Europe was going, can you give us a hand? And America was like, yeah, lol, no. We can give you some weapons, but like, you know, don't really want to get involved, really. And I could see Jey being like that. Like, Roman's like, can you help? And Jay's like, yeah, no. But then Pearl Harbor happened. And all of a sudden, America changed its mind, and it was like, it went into like destruction mode. And it was like, actually, we've got atomic bombs, and we're going to use them. And that was because of Pearl Harbor. History lesson, yeah? So I feel like that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing Jey being America. Roman is England. And Roman. And listen, the English Empire, yeah? The British Empire. The Roman Empire. Works, doesn't it? Works. We used to be a force, and we're not the force that we were. He used to be a force, and he's not the force. Oh my God, Roman Reigns is England. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jey Uso is America. I don't know what Cody is. I think Cody might be France. But anyway, we're like, can you come and help us? And Jay's going to be like, nah. But then Pearl Harbor will happen. And then Jay will be like, atomic bombs! And all that. So, what is the Pearl Harbor moment? It's surely going to be him losing the championship, isn't it? Bloodline costing him the championship will basically be the same as Pearl Harbor. And boom, that's it. Then all these good powers, the allies, they'll all come together to bring down the axis of evil. Yeah. I don't know who's Hitler. Might be Solo. Solo might be Hitler, I'm not sure. But in my mind, that makes perfect sense. Natural464, shout out to you, my friends. And James said, I haven't said hi, but a nice hot start to, well, very much so, because we got Sexy Red. Rastalani said Roman is going to start eating crumpets and fish and chips backstage with Heyman to stick with the theme. Yep. Well, a correction, because it was the British Empire, wasn't it? So I'm sure he'll be showing some love to the Scots and the Welsh as well. So perhaps he'll have a leak and some whiskey. King Yeti said, stop insulting Roman. I just made him better. I made him cooler. Guys, Roman's British. Spread the word. Roman is British. What's this? This is all Hurricane, is it Helen? Relief efforts. To go serious for a second. It is awful what's happening in Florida. I've been shown like weather reports and had people saying that they're not sure that they're going to be able to tune in, and you know, they're battening down the hatches, and so I hope everyone in that area is staying safe. Certainly seems like Florida is in a rough place at the moment. So we are back to the action, and we are looking at Braun Breaker messing up Jey Uso. Here he is backstage. Braun Breaker. Here's Jackie Redmond. That is true, actually. Last week he showed him respect. This week it's Spear City. What's going on? And he doesn't even answer. Did she say Tess Man? Is that his name? Tess Man. Joe Tessitore, Tess Man. Oh, hello, gold sign. That was stupid, wasn't it? Because you can't read what's on it. Eh? Didn't think about that, did you? When you made it at home. Oh my god, I didn't dream this, guys. It's actually happening. Oh my, I thought this was a fever dream. Carl says, if Cody was France, he would give up. Well, that is true, actually. That is true. I mean, all I'll say is that France were defeated, just like Cody was defeated at WrestleMania 39. Oh, what's going on now? Oh, hello, what's this? Have we botched? What was that? What was that weird moment? So they were playing the video ended, then we had, like, the lights out. I mean, some people will be like, glitchy. Yeah, some people might think that's Wyatt Sicks, but I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a botch. That was strange. Yeah. I don't get Wyatt Sicks vibes from that. There's not really a need for it, is there? Because they're not really interrupting anyone. We've said this before. It's so good that they do these glitches and everything, because now if there is a production botch, they could be like, was that the Wyatt Sicks? I think that was the Wyatt Sicks. Oh, it's done it again? Oh, I don't know now that it's happened again. Oh. He's laughing. He's got a smile on his face, Wade Barrett. I wonder if they are having issues. Don't know. WTF. Sam thinks it's Wyatt Sicks. What's happening? I don't know. It's good doing it. Oh, so not used to technical issues. See, this is why Kevin Dunn was the GOAT. Never had these issues when he was around. Technical issues? Oh my god. Keep your mouth shut, says Butch. Technical issues? Glitch over Cody? I don't think so. I don't think so. Strange, said James. It's the Wyatt Sicks, said Eclipse. Is it the Wyatts? I don't think so, personally. The fact it happened twice is interesting. Alright, so Donnybrook match then. That's going to be our next match. Time for some Donnybrookage. Here he is. Fight Nights. Boop, 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 boop. Sheamus versus Pete Dunne. We're going to commercial break, and I think they could do with it, to be honest. They need to have a word with themselves. They need to gather up their thoughts. Wyatt taking control of the show, says Rulia. They could be warning Cody after going Kevin Owens. It's because Cody betrayed AEW, said Dawn. Big Time said, you're not wrong with triple threats. WrestleMania feels a bit lackluster. The Becky moment at 35, no one talks about that match. Roman stacking Edge and Bryan was the only highlight from Mania at 37. Yeah, I don't know that anyone really looks back at that Roman, Edge, Daniel Bryan match with a great deal of fondness. It's not the same level as him against Cody, of course, or dare I say him and Brock. I kind of feel like, yeah, I just find that, I'm just repeating myself, but listen, if I could have had Edge versus Roman, I would have took that. If I could have had Daniel Bryan Roman just one-on-one, I'd have took that. Either of them I would have took over the triple threat. Same with Becky Charlotte main event in WrestleMania 35. I'd have took that over the triple threat. Becky Ronda, I'd have took that over the triple threat. I don't know if I'd have took Ronda Charlotte, because Becky was really the person. She was the man. I mean, the man. You know, that was when she was at the height of her popularity. So it'd be weird to have not had her involved in that match. But, yeah, it is what it is. Some will agree, some will disagree. But that's what makes the wrestling world go round. I never expect to say stuff and have everyone agree. No one, I don't even expect the majority to agree. But the only thing is, like, just being honest about what you see. And, yeah, it's just, I would always prefer a singles match over a triple threat. Where am I? I'm doing a match thing. That's what I'm doing. It is the Donnybrook. Donnybrook. My favourite Irish singer. I'm going to ask Twitter, do you think this is Wyatt Sicks related? See what people think. How about a 48-hour stream with special guest Tommy Toy Travels for 400,000? I'm not sure I would make 48 hours. I feel I could do 24, but I'm not sure I would be able to do 48. Even I might be pushed to my limits on that one. Keaton said, Daze, what if Tiffany does what Nia wants her to do, cashes in on Liv, does it for Crown Jewel, so Nia has to face Tiffany? Yeah, we answered that one, didn't we? For me, again, without sounding like a broken record, I think if we can find a way of, by doing that, if Tiffany can become a face in the process and we can find a way of getting face heel, I will definitely take that over what's on the table at the moment. It's not them. Issues have been addressed, said Ash. Psychome said, why did WWE make Asuka lose the SmackDown Women's Championship before WrestleMania 35? I think they knew where they wanted to go, and they knew what they needed to do to get there. And, you know, we ended up with what we ended up with. Well, actually, one of my least favourite WrestleMania, I think, oh, that's interesting. I think, what is the worst WrestleMania out of the 30s? I think it's 36. And then 35. Although 32 is bad. I think 36. There's no crowd. Then 30. Oh, here's Carrion and Miz. Oh my God. There you are. There you are, interrupting Miz and Carrion. Miz was just explaining he's not in Final Testament. I'm not in the Judgment Day anymore, says R-Truth. I forgive you. Awesome Truth is done. Our kids play together. Carrion's trying to recruit R-Truth. You versus me next week. Do you know, that was really interesting. There was a moment there where Carrion was like, this is why you're only going to be, you've got to change and you've got to change. It felt like he was trying to bring back Ron Killings, you know. He was trying to bring back, like, because R-Truth hasn't always been this character. He hasn't always been the comedy guy. And there was just a little moment there where Carrion was kind of like, you need to change course because you'll always be remembered as this. We didn't get any further with it because then him and Miz ended up having crosswords, but the There You Are interrupted it, of course, which hopefully now gets us a bit of clarity, shall we say? I mean, there's been lots of theories, but I think the accepted theory for a long time has been either Xavier or Miz. Outside shouts of maybe Kevin Owens, but yeah, interesting. Miz and Cross are deaded, said Oration Man. He did just say to him, though, I'm not in the Final Testament. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. So he did sort of make it clear that he didn't do it for him. Okay, Pete Dunne has made his way down. There you are. What's the words in the background say? I think it's just all there you are, to be honest. I'm going to say that's my Wyatts folder. He said next week. I mean, I don't know if we end up with the QR codes. I mean, I can't play it, of course. Raymond, thank you. Heather called it. She said I called it. Well done. Right, here we go. We are underway. R-Truth is goated. They can't turn him heel, said Beastman. Yeah, I don't think they will. There was just that little fleeting moment where he had a little word with him, but it didn't really go anywhere. Oof. Alabama Slam. Pete Dunne down. Happy birthday, Metal Mama. Happy birthday, Metal Mama. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good one, mate. Oh, into the barrels. This is being sponsored by Small Batch 1702, and I haven't got a flipping clue what that is. What the hell, Small Batch? Is that a whiskey? Small, what is it? What's Small Batch 1702? Could you imagine if they were called Small Butch? Small Butch. It's 1792, actually. Get the year right, Boomer. It is a bourbon. Never heard of it. Why are we advertising alcohol to children? That's pretty cool, actually, isn't it? It's pretty cool. I mean, we advertise Prime to them. This ain't going to be any worse. Right now, we got Sheamus. His hand is on the bar. Boom! He stomps down on the hand. Yeah, it is bourbon, said Dr. Luchalala. Oh, onto the commentary table. Daze, WWE production has been clicking porn pop-ups, said Spartan. Haven't we all, mate? Haven't we all? Wrestling Daze, thoughts on your favourite star, Sexy Red, being promoted to the main roster? Well, I think they got my letters. So I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased. She deserves it. She deserves it. I can't help liking Sexy Red, guys, because I'm cool, you know, and like a lot of kids my age are really into Sexy Reds. It's just, you know, it's just how it goes. So I don't know. It's one of those. I can't help it. I'm just a victim of kind of peer pressure, you know. Jake Campbell said, official TNT Sports account has acknowledged it. What, Sexy Red? Good. She deserves it. She deserves it. Daze, how are you today, said Oscar. I'm doing really well, thank you, Oscar. I'm doing really well. I am really enjoying Raw. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's fast-paced. I think it is... some people might say that, like, that first match that we got was, like, too short, and I could understand it, but I think it plays into the story. You know, if I thought that it was a problem, then I would say so, but I don't think it's a problem. I think Xavier losing in a match that, all things considered, was relatively quick, that's going to really hammer home how far away he is from where he wants to be. And then, of course, he's like, come on, let's go. I just want to go. And then Kofi goes back, drags them back. He ends up then getting speared. I mean, for me, it all plays into the story. So we're into this Donnybrook match now. Don't know how long this will go for, of course, but even this doesn't feel like it needs to go 15 minutes. I mean, it's just been like so fast paced. There's been so much going on, so many talking points that, yeah, interesting, good. I need to jot down about the Miz as well, because that is a key moment, isn't it? And I haven't even jotted that down. Don't even know when it happened. About the 50-minute markish, wasn't it? Yeah. Already got a page of kind of bits that have happened that I think are important. So yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you are well. Okay, we are back to the action. We're getting some Tonga Loa production tonight, said George Vlogs. We're getting some good old-fashioned Tonga Loa production. Magic Dak said, is it possible they were warning KO the whole time? I think it is possible. And it was definitely an option that was on the table. I think that there you are flashing up over Miz makes me think it is that. I don't think it's a swerve. I don't think they've put that there and then on Friday they go after Kevin Owens. I think the other thing to bear in mind is they need to go after a faction, really. So if they go after Kevin Owens, he's just on his own. That's not really a target for the Wyatt Sicks. But if they go after Miz, I think he will align himself with Final Testament. He might say he's not going to right now, but I'm sure, you know, they've just done a segment with him and Carrion. What if they go after the Miz and the Miz is then going to Carrion like, I've changed my mind, I want to be in the group. Because, you know, a problem shared. So it definitely feels like it's that, doesn't it? Okay, kick out there by Pete Dunne. So, Magic Dak, shout out to you. Jake, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we're about to go into hour 2 of Raw. Oof, big shot there by Pete Dunne. Using a shillelagh. Going for the cover. 1, 2, Pete Dunne. Kick out by Sheamus. Do we think Sami is World Heavyweight Champion material? Yeah, I would like to think that he is. I love Sami. I think World Champion material is a very interesting term because it sort of suggests that it's a benchmark that you have to try and reach. And for me, Sami reached that benchmark during Montreal, when we were in Montreal and he was going up against Roman. I think the only reason he doesn't get it is because we've got another story we want to tell, and that is the story of Cody finishing his story, Roman on this historic title reign. But really, if it weren't for those things, what we did with Sami and Sami turning on Roman, like, he reached world champion level for me at that point. I think the thing is, he can cut a great passionate promo. He can have really great matches. He probably lacks in the look department, so I certainly don't think he'll ever be the face of the company. But, yeah, is he good enough to win the World Heavyweight title? I believe he is, yes. Big clubbing blows coming down by Sheamus, and I'd say I'd use the Extreme Rules. What was it, Extreme Rules or Elimination Chamber in Montreal? It was Chamber, wasn't it? White noise. Sheamus on top of a barrel. He's going to go, whoa, through 2 tables. Wow. White noise off the top of a pile of barrels through 2 tables. I didn't even know those tables were there, you know. I didn't even know they were there. Yeah, that was crazy spot. Look at that. Crowd are chanting, this is... Oh, it looks great on the replay. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Yeah, it is. It is. Look, the crowd are really into it, and they're not wrong. Big spot. Big spot. Pete Dunne being chucked back into the ring. Sheamus. Oh, he's got a bit of blood on his elbow. He's like, oh, he drives a knee right into the jaw of Pete Dunne. He's got Pete Dunne up. Boom! Chucks him down. Pete Dunne down. Sheamus crawling over. 1, 2. Oh! Kick out by Pete. Pete just took an absolute batter in there. Look at Pete. Oh, man. This is where the bruiserweight shines. This is where he shines. Him having to dig deep. Him having to dig deep. He's got great selling abilities. Thing with Pete Dunne is when the match starts, he looks quite small. You know, people don't really believe in him, but where he can take a beating. He can fight back. He can battle back. He can get you on board. Snap of the fingers there by Pete. Cricket bat. Boom! Across the back. Quickly goes for the cover. 1, 2. Sheamus. Sheamus with a shoulder up. Look at that. Great facials. Great for the... You can see the cogs. I've just walloped this guy with a cricket bat. What do I have to do? Kick coming in there by Pete Dunne. Sheamus rolling to the outsides. This match is cooking now, said Brony. Ah! Is that a draw? He's walloping Sheamus. Now he's got some zip ties. Where the hell did they come from? So he's got some zip ties. He is zip tying. He is handcuffing Sheamus. Sheamus getting rolled into the ring. Ah, big boots. 1, 2. Oh, he just gets his shoulder up. So his arms have been zip tied, Sheamus. There was a big boot there by Pete Dunne. My name is Pete Dunne. I love this. He's got the cricket bat. Oh! Oh, I don't want to see. Oh, no. A brogue. Sheamus. 1, 2, 3. Oh. That's a bit of a shame. Sheamus with his hands zip-tied behind his back beats Pete Dunne. Really fun match, though. Really fun match. Ah. Let's get the match score. Now we gotta go backstage. Okay, we're backstage with Cody. British Knight, shout out to you, my friends. I have to keep an eye on this here because you never know what's in the background. Boomer in the background. A few boomers in the background. No Plutos. He's got his nose bandaged here, Cody. Cody walks. He can't talk about what happened. Here's Sami. I want you to know. I plan on being the one you face at Crown Jewel. Cody wants to face Sami. So Cody said, I want that. You shocked the world once at WrestleMania. Can you do it again? I want you to do it again. I want to face you at Saudi Arabia. I like that from Joe. He's really putting over how amazing that match was. Kevin Owens, heel turn at Bad Blood, said Michael. Okay, where are we going now? Okay, Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed. British Knight 40, shout out to you, my friend. Said, I was going to pay for Sky Sports to watch Raw and SmackDown, but for entertainment value, you can't beat Wrestling Daze' live stream. Take my money. Thanks for side splitting live stream. British Knight 40, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate that. I mean, the good news is that pretty soon you won't need that subscription. You'll only need a Netflix subscription. I'm still not 100% certain when SmackDown moves. Because I don't know when the deal with TNT Sports expires. Actually, they're not on Sky Sports. Depends where you are in the world. In the UK, they're on TNT Sports. But pretty soon, they'll be over on Netflix. Which I'm fairly confident is only like £10, £12 a month still. I don't know, actually. It's around that ballpark. It ain't like 30, 40. I mean, it's a lot better. So we know that NXT and Raw will be there. And the back catalogue will be there in January. SmackDown, there's a chance that it's going to be there as well. I just don't know when it expires in the UK. I have not seen 100% confirmation yet. So yeah, shout out to you, British Knight 40. Really appreciate the kind words, my friend. That's very, very kind. Here is Raquel, and she's getting out of the car. Here is Dirty Dom and Dirty Liv, the Dirty Duo. They're a dirty trio now, aren't they? Threesome. They should call themselves Threesome. Okay, yeah, technically, she beat me by disqualification. I still win even when I lose. Yeah, here's Raquel. How you doing, mate? Dom's like, let's leave. Let's get out of here. Door is open. Oh, they're off. They're going. Threesome are going. you a member of the Judgment Day now? She's not answering. Jack is like, they're actually leaving. Yep. Can she swing that car around? Quite tight. There we go. And they're off. Well, there we go. Bye. Bye, threesome. Boom. I bet Jackie Redmond could cut a better promo than Mid Morgan, said Brony. Daze, I'll take the soup with a side of halftime song. It's 12 minutes past, isn't it? Although I do like the way that the halftime song is now, so I'll play it.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
There we go. This is not quite the halftime score song, because we've only actually got 45 minutes left of what has been a flipping breakneck speed show. Hasn't it? It's been absolutely non-stop. Terry gives it 6.5. And Thika gives it 6. Stone gives it 6.5. K-Dub said that segment was dog poop. Guys, can I just tell you as well, Amazon Prime Day has started. Yeah, just letting you know. I don't want you to miss the bargains. I don't know what bargains there are, but don't miss them. Little bit of a fan said 7.5. Michael with 7, Jake with 7, Inside Out and again 775, Norma with 5, Chastity Plum 7, Felix 7. Jake said at least Liv has better promos than Cody. Bishop said 7, will you ever get it recorded out of 10? Erasure Mind said extreme close up. Dudley gives it 5.5, Nathan with an 8, Oscar with a 7, Higgy with a 6.8. Kareem said Raquel Secret Service. Yeah, very good. Brony with a 7. Kelly the Wise Lady with a 6. Aaron with a 6.5. Dormouse 69 with a 7. Greg with an 8. Draco Arsehole with a 7. Ian with a 7. Tingling 6.5. Stuart 6.4. World Zen with a 7. MJ with an 8.9. Spartan with a 5. Carl 7. Cherie 7.5. Jay 6.5. Marty 6. LS Dub 6.5. Alex said, where do you watch NXT? On the WWE Network, which will be moving to Netflix in January. Dro with 6. Dr. Lucha Lala 7. Mr. B 7.1. Billy 7. Brony 7. Austin 316 says definitely. Dudley, everything feels rushed. Chaos Theory said 7. Lisa says, my eyes! Thika 239 said 6. Stone said 6.5. It's a long ad break, in it. Lamar with a 3. Justin 8.5. Toby with a 7. Vincent with a 4. Raquel Rodriguez for the Women's Royal Rumble, says Michael. Nice to see Raquel is adopting the take her kids to work day out of 10, says Captain Cornwall. Puta 675, Ian 7, TJ 6.2, K-pop lover 7, Eclipse 7.5. Austin said 10 is a fair score. It's the best Raw of all time. William said I'm an Austin fanboy. Carrion feud with Wyatt Sicks, said Fuego. Midding said Albion beats. Prime Day in America starts in 2 hours 45, said Jason. Well, don't forget it. Leaping Lucha La 6, but actually I've got all the bargains now. I've got all the bargains now. I'm going to buy them all before you lot can. I can't. I've got no money. But I like looking. Oh my God, it's playing again! It's playing again!
You want to know your halftime scores?
Oh God!
Put it in the chat. Halftime
Oh
scores.
my God.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy?
We changed our honeymoon plans to see Rhea. She's not even there. She's not even there. We've only had a recorded segment. They changed their honeymoon plans to see Rhea, and I don't think she's there. Okay, what's going on? We got Ava, and we got Ethan, and we got Adam Pearce. CM Punk. He ended up costing me my championship. I can't see CM Punk doing anything. It's me, your boss. Well, he's in the area because NXT's in St. Louis tomorrow, isn't it? I'm off the clock right now, says Ava. Oh, you look... Oh, Sexy Red just burned Ethan Page. You look... You... Make America sexy again, Cap. Oh, my God. Make America sexy again. Massa. Sexy Reds. I remember you. Trick Williams beat your ass last week. Ooh. More Sexy Red. Yeah. Isla. Alba. Who are they facing? Women. Some women. I need to end this because I need to get the scores. See you with Adam Pearce then. One of that, wasn't it? Loved it. That's what I saw. Wow, Donnybrook was well received. Well received. Great. 57%. Good. It's Pure Fusion Collective. The PFC. That's why Prime Day deals. Time to order one of those hats. Oh my God, yes. I need a Make America Sexy Again hat. I will be the talk of the town as I walk around the mean streets of Market Drayton in my pink Make America Sexy Again hat. None of these are ready to wrestle, are they? Who's in wrestling gear? Who's wrestling? Maybe Sonya. Who's wrestling? What's happening? Why is this happening? I thought a 2-hour Raw would get rid of this. Now, are they on the same page? What's happening? What's going on? Who are you? Oh, what's going on? We've got lots of women. We've got literally women, all the women. They found all the women and they're putting them in a match. We got Lyra, we got Kaden, we got Katana, we got Natalia, we got Zelina. Cool. This is not a good look, is it? This sort of feels like, oh, we need to get a load of women on the show. This feels a bit like we've gone back to the diva days, you know? This is like when we were doing Total Divas against like the rest of the women's locker room, and this is the kind of match that would have got cut. What's going on? Said Rare Breeds. It's just women everywhere, mate. Women! I mean, we do have to get some women on this show. I'm just not sure this is the match that I would have been looking for. 10-woman tag match. 10-woman tag match. Oof. It's just, I think it's just going to be a bonkers mess, isn't it, really? It's just going to be a bonkers. 5'5", really? 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 It is. That is what's really going on. Uh, 10-woman tag match. Whoa, says Justin. Wow. Wowzers. It is happening, my friends. To the outside, into the ring steps goes Natalya by Sonya. I mean, I'm just waiting for this thing to go to commercial break, to be honest, because it feels like we're going there, and we are. There we go. You know, when you can just tell it's going to be a commercial. And we made it. We made it. How bad is it if you are the one woman in the locker room that didn't get into the match? Oh, yeah, that's bad, isn't it? That is bad. They've got this match and they've literally put all the women in it, but you don't make it. Yeah, that is bad. Raw goes back to 3 hours in less than 3 months, says Amethyst. I think this Liv, Raquel, Dominic are chicken, said Stephen. Bring back Omos, said Austin. Corey said, imagine the meeting today. All right, ladies, we're going to put every woman in one match tonight. Only way any one of you will be on the show. And if anyone complains, we're going to cut the match. Yeah. So, any complaints? Any problems? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. If they have Rollins beat Bronson and bury his momentum, I'm going to be peeved. Dudley said, will Alexa Bliss return here? I'm not anticipating that, personally. Not anticipating that. It's not impossible, but I'm not anticipating. Make the minutes count, WWE, said Erasure Mind. Daze, did Triple H write the show on the flight home? I have no idea what's going on. Liam said this is a horrific Raw. WrestleLandy said, Daze, what's the odds they do the pinfall in this match where they keep reversing it and rolling in a... Oh my God. I hate that spot. I hate that spot. I think it might be a bit too busy for that in this one. So I'm going to say that we don't get that. But we probably are due that at some point, yes. Daze, Goldberg helps Sami win. This starts a Gunther Goldberg feud for Crown Jewel. Also, maybe the plan is to reform the original bloodline where everyone has titles but Roman. Thoughts? My thoughts are that I think Sami winning a world title tonight just doesn't feel like what's going to happen. I mean, it could. Just doesn't feel like what's going to happen. I mean, it would be massive if it was, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's the direction we're going. I think you make a case for it, and certainly Gunther Goldberg feels like a match you could do in Crown Jewel. I mean, it's got Crown Jewel written on it. Sami against Cody could be interesting, and certainly with the Kevin Owens thing. So, I mean, all the pieces are there. The one piece that I just can't get to fit properly is, are we really putting the world title on Sami tonight? Is tonight the night that Sami becomes a world champion? Because this just has not been built up enough for me. I know that there's been lots of weeks of, you know, let me face you, you've beaten everyone, you've never beaten me, blah, 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 blah. But this just feels like it's going to be Gunther's revenge. It just feels like tonight he's going to avenge the loss at WrestleMania. So it's the one piece that just won't fall for me. I just can't. I've wanted Sami to be a world champion for so long. I just don't have the feeling it's tonight. I don't get that vibe, and I just can't shake that. So it's hard to go, yeah, Goldberg's going to get involved. He's going to cost. But listen, it could happen. It makes sense. After what happened at Bad Bloods, and the fact it would then set up Gunther against Goldberg, the fact you could then do Sami, Cody, and you've got the Kevin thing involved as well. Like, I get it. I see it. I hear it. Just can't get that one piece to fall. I just can't get that one thing to click in my head, and that is that tonight is the night that Sami finally, after all these years, becomes a world champion. That was a crazy camera angle, wasn't it? We did a poll earlier. It was 65-35 that Gunther would retain. So I think the majority are thinking it's going to be Gunther retains, but yeah, I'm not ruling it out because everything does make sense. It does line up. I do agree. Lyra is in there. We are running out of time though, aren't we? I know you're a fan of both. Who would you want to win out of Gunther, Sami? Not who you think wins. I would want Sami. I would want Sami because I want Sami to be a world champion. And I think, you know, he's paid his dues. He's done everything that's been asked of him. He's well liked. But it just doesn't feel like the right time. I look at Montreal and I look at how over he was and how crazy the crowd were going for him. And I know that was Montreal, but he was so popular because don't forget, he had turned on Roman. He'd stood up for Kevin. Leg drop there by Lyra. Off the top rope, and Sonya goes down, and that has put Sonya away. So, yeah, you compare that Montreal moment to where we are now. Just doesn't feel right. Right, it's a win for the faces. Well done, girls. Well done. Great job. Great work. Well done, everyone. There's lots of bickering and arguing and shouting. There's a lot of division in the heel side. Woo! Lyra's just getting the crowd to do her little woo! Woo! Okay, there's the official poster. Who will be the man that faces Cody Rhodes? That's what the poster looks like so far. Cody, Gunther, Nia, Liv. However, the poster could change. There it is. Look, there's the other poster. It's good, isn't it? Showing that there is one that they've made that's got Sami as champion. Right, we've got the video package. That was an all-time fight. Do we think the Wyatt Sicks will attack Miz or Karrion tonight? I don't know that there's any time for it, to be honest. I don't know that there's any time. I wouldn't be shocked if on Raw Talk there's a QR code or something. We haven't had a QR code or anything. All we've had is a little message that popped up over, like, the Miz. We need Gunther, Cody at Crown Jewel. There's more reason for Sami to lose tonight, said Austin. But, like, do I look like the strippers in your local strip club? You're eating good, aren't you? If all the strippers in your local strip club look like me, you have to let me know where you live, buds. Because you are blessed. Hey, here's Sami Zayn. That's the worst Sami picture ever. Let's go! Albino said that match was pointless. Here's Sami coming out. Da da ba da bum. Da 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 ba da ba ba da. Sami making his way down to the ring. I'm not sure how I feel on this 2-hour time now, says Bill. Dormouse said it says Raw is going 3 hours here. Yeah, I don't think everywhere's updated. I mean, listen, this is the world title match. This is what we expected to close out the show. And it is true that afterwards tonight, they are recording next week's episode. So there will be spoilers out there for next week. We need Sexy Red on the Wrestling Escape Pod, says Lisa. I'd be down for that. Oh my god, imagine if we could get Tommy to get into a relationship with Sexy Red and leave the awful girlfriend that he's got. That'd be so good. It won't be no Wyatt Sicks stuff because of a 2-hour show. 2-hour show will eliminate a lot of stuff, says Prince Moolah. Rare Breed said USA Network has it till 9 p.m. Spartan says another commercial. Daze, the Javon and Randy match just feels so random, said Big Time. The card really does look good tomorrow, but I'm just not a fan of how random it feels. A segment between them could have... she would eat Tommy alive, said Sandra. Yeah, but that would be great as well, wouldn't it? I hate the CW network. NXT starts at 7 for me now instead of 5. Matt said, why are they recording next week's show? They're on a European tour. So they are a bit pushed for time. Actually, don't know if they're in the UK next Monday. But, I mean, what I would say is they'll record the matches. They won't show the backstage stuff. So next week, you know, there'll be matches that we get. We know we're getting Miz R-Truth. I mean, the problem is going to be if the Wyatt Sicks get involved during that match. Because if they do, we're going to find out about it. And there ain't no way that I'm going to be able to avoid those spoilers. There just ain't no way. If the Wyatt Sicks get involved in the Miz R-Truth match that's taped after, I will know about it. And if it gets spoiled for me, I'm spoiling it for you. No, I'll put it behind. I mean, if I do talk about it, it'll be behind some sort of a spoiler warning. Yeah, I'll keep it behind a spoiler warning. But yeah, it is a shame. I suppose it's just one of those, isn't it? Stack the Bean said, Daze, you got to do something about your connection. What connection, bud? What do you mean? Internet connection. I can tell you that we have had 0 drop frames. 0 drop frames. You keep cutting out every other words. No drop frames. No drop frames. No issues with the microphone. It says that it's coming across. Alex said refresh your streams. It's not Daze, it's YouTube. It happened earlier, said Alex. Yeah, do you know, I do. We had this the other day, and I think that it is a bit of a YouTube glitch, to be honest. I'm happy to take the blame for these things, because 9 times out of 10, or actually 10 out of 10, it is my fault. But actually, this time, everything my end looks good. No internet issues, no drop frames, no issues with the microphone. So if you... refresh it. It's all good. If you refresh it, then it should be fine. But Trash Paint said it only happens to streamers that are not wearing pants. That'll do it, won't it? Only happens to streamers that are big, massive, giant pervs. Right. Refresh the stream, guys. Refresh the stream, says Brony. Yeah, guys, what you have to do to sort it is you have to hit the subscribe button and the like button. So you go off the stream, right? What you do is you go off the stream. You have to make sure that you're subscribed and that you've liked the stream. And then when you come back on, it's all good. But you do have to do those other steps. Here's Jade and Bianca. They're talking about damage control. You caught me slipping a couple of weeks ago. If you think for 1 second that damage control are going to take back over, you've got another thing coming. Let's run it back. Next week, let's run it back. Hell in a Cell world video premiere featuring House of Protection. It's supposed to... What's this? World premiere of Hell in a Cell music video. What? Next week, we've got Women's Tag Team Championships. Kelly said, that's exactly what I did. Yeah, and it works for you now. Yeah. Yeah, that is the secret, to be honest. What have we got next week? We've got Kofi against Bron Breakker next week. 53-21 thought that was a bad match, which is fair. So it gets a good 79%. Sami Zayn is in the ring. Let's go! Let's go! Here he comes. Gunther. WWE the musical, I'm here for it. Do you reckon they've seen Joker too and they're like, hold my beer? Yeah, you're right. That's where we're going. Do you know what? I flipping hate musicals, but I would go. I would go to WWE the musical. You might have found a musical that I would actively enjoy. Or I might actually hate it as well, I'm not sure. Gunther. Right, Jessica says, I just don't think the women's division is doing much to stand out or be exciting. It could be much better. They're not doing any compelling promos. I feel sorry for... There's been a lot of criticism that Rhea and Liv has sucked all the oxygen out the room. And that there's just no space for them to shine. There's no room for them to breathe either, you know. There's a lot of good talent there. And you can sort of understand that. You can understand that. I mean, to be honest, I feel like the match they've just put them in is more insulting than anything. I mean, I'm sure they all wanted to get out there in front of the crowd and at least get a moment, you know, but I bet that was a hard sell. When they all turned up and found out they were in a pointless 10-woman tag match, I bet that was not an easy sell. But, I mean, the truth is, we have got a roster that's built for 3 hours because we need it. And we're trying to shoehorn it into 2 hours. I mean... What all I'll say is that for me, this show has absolutely flown. I can't believe it. I mean, I cannot believe that we are just 19 minutes away from the end of Raw. It has absolutely flown. But yeah, I mean, there are going to be bits that are going to be far from perfect because we have got a 3-hour roster for a 2-hour show. Just like this, we got a world title match, which is going to be getting about 19 minutes. The women's division, it needs Charlotte, Mercedes, Sasha back, said Mister. Right, here we go. There are some out there that think that Sami might be his kryptonite. Gunther is keeping Sami grounded. Shots coming in. We got Jimmy's return. Now we just need Charlotte, said Justin. Barnaby said, it was Wyatt Sicks messing with your ship. Yes. Wyatt Sicks haven't been able to interfere with Raw too much, but they've jumped onto this stream and just had a little cheeky play around, so I feel honoured. They are welcome anytime. Gunther jumps over Sami. Goes over the top. That was a fun little run that he was doing. Sami goes against the ropes. He goes over and bounces back into the ring. Sami is showing up and showing out. And of course, what better way to celebrate than to go to a commercial break? Yay! Hunting God said, no Wyatt Sicks makes me sad. 2 hours. Come on. Come on. I can understand that, my friends. I can understand your sadness. I think that everyone is going to be a little disappointed at the fact that we didn't get a chance to see the Wyatt Sicks tonight. It certainly, it doesn't feel like we are going to get them at this point unless we get a little video thing right at the end. I mean, who knows? Perhaps they've been listening. We've said, like, you know, QR codes, they can get a little bit in the way of the show. What about right at the end of the show, a QR code pops up? And then, boom, we've got a QR code at the end of the show. Dunno. Wrestling fans are used to watching for 3 hours. So putting a QR code at the end, you know, it's not like wrestling fans have got to run away. Unless they've made plans, but what wrestling fans make plans? Come on, none of us have got lives. So I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, don't put all your hope into it, but you know, I wouldn't rule it out either. Goldberg is 57. He needs to stay in retirement, says Brony. I really don't understand the need in trying to feature him on TV and give him matches. His time has come and gone. Well, I understand what you're saying. I don't mind it if he is going to put over... I don't mind it if he is going to put over Gunther. Because he is still a name. I made the point in the video earlier that if you go online, he has got, or did have, more views than Rock's return. Goldberg confronting Gunther was 1.8 million views. And they were both up around the same times, probably like an hour or two difference. So, yeah, Goldberg 1.8, Rock's return 1.7. Surprising, actually. You'd think that Rock's return would be like... And it might be now, but certainly earlier it was not. So there are... He's still a name, you know? He's still got some star power. Maybe not with some of us. With some of us, we're like rolling our eyes, you know, oh my God, this boomer. But listen, there are fans out there that remember WCW. They remember watching Goldberg. They still see him as a badass. He still has name value. So, you know, giving Gunther a win over him would mean something. It would mean something. But listen, if this boomer's going to come in and beat Gunther, I ain't here for that. I'm not here for that. Right, Richard Junior, shout out to you. Said when will we see Pure Fusion Collective get a title shot? I mean, they could go for the tag titles. I don't think that's really a issue. To be honest, just get in the queue. It ain't that long of a queue. So the tag titles, no problem, but like the women's belts, I just don't see them getting a world title anytime soon. I don't see one of them challenging. I suppose they could challenge Liv as a bit of a throwaway thing. But tag belts, yeah, that's realistic. I could see that being anytime, really. Oh, big Gunther going to work on Sami. Ian said, I think we need a way to discuss how the first half went. Well, we have a way of discussing how the show went, and it is called the opinions video. So I would point you in that direction. After Raw, I will put up a feedback required post on Twitter, and you can give me all your thoughts there. Chopped by Gunther. Richard said, when will Zoe get title shots? Well, she could be part of Pure Fusion Collective getting tag title shots. I'm struggling to see her get a singles title shot, and certainly whilst Liv's champ. Because Liv's the champ here. I can't, you know. Heel, you know how I feel. Heel versus heel, you know how I feel. I don't like it. So, Zoe against Liv. So, yeah, I can't see that anytime soon. But she could be a tag champ, you know? Don't know how you feel about that. Right now, Gunther grabbing Sami. King Yeti! Shout out to you, my friends. Firing in 10 Wrestling Daze memberships. Who benefited? Who benefited? Where are all the people that benefit? Oh, doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me. I don't know who, but no one claimed any, according to what I've got here. King Yeti, shout out to you. Seems like no one wants to claim the memberships. Or maybe they did and it just didn't record it. I don't know. Sami Zayn trying to fight back. We got 12 minutes to go. Big Time said, I have a feeling this way, but the booking of the women has been... it's crushed my passion for women's wrestling. Come on, man. The flame of passion that you had for women's wrestling has been ignited. It's been put out. Come on. Listen. Women are just women. Here's a bit of info for you. Women, right? They're just like us. I mean, not physically. They got boobs and whatever, but you know, they are people. They have hopes and dreams, and you know, I sort of feel like if you're down on women's wrestling, you're sort of a bit down on wrestling. It's just two people fighting, you know. It's just like there's not really a difference, to be honest. Maybe they're not as big, maybe they're not as strong, but so I mean, Mayweather wasn't the biggest or the strongest. Conor McGregor wasn't the biggest or the strongest. Some of the greatest fighters in the history of fighting weren't the biggest and the strongest. Shoulder up by Gunther. They're just people, honestly. They're just people. You can't be down on women's wrestling. I don't get this with Jim Cornette, actually. Jim Cornette's like, oh, I hate seeing women using chairs and all this, and it's like, why? How am I meant to believe they can hurt each other with a chair? Because a chair hurts. And even if they don't swing it quite as hard as the men, they can still wallop with a chair, right? I wouldn't fancy a woman smacking me over the head with a chair. I don't get this. Like, some people really view women's wrestling as like flipping aliens. Yeah. Women wrestling. Yeah, the people. They're just normal people. They're grown adult humans that have issues and resolve it in a wrestling ring. It's not that deep. It's just not that deep. I'd watch children fight. It don't bother me. Do you know what I mean? I'd watch children fight. I ain't bothered. Any two people in the world that have got a problem, just chuck them in the ring, right? Chuck them in the ring. Sonny said, my books are on sale just in time for Prime Day. Sonny, shout out to you. Good luck. Sonny is the community's leading poet. So if you do have some poetry needs, Sonny can hopefully scratch that itch. And it is worth pointing out that Sonny is a woman as well. She is a female. But I don't want you to not look at her as being human or anything. She is human. She is a person with dreams and hopes and ambitions. Things she likes, things she doesn't like. She's just like a human. Women are just like humans. They've squeezed 3 hours of ads into 2, said Toby. That's true. I agree with that. Jeez. I agree. It does feel like there's more adverts than usual. Right. This is surely the last bit now. 8 minutes. They did have a segment with Tiffany and Chelsea arguing about Nia. Would like that feud to happen, Tiffany and Chelsea, says Jessica. Redbreed said, Daze, are you still yapping about women? Listen, I love women. I could talk about them for hours. Big shot by Gunther. Have you still got the green spife? Yeah, I never threw it away, but I can't put my hand on it. I don't know where it is. But I never threw it away. Yeah, because one day there'll be a Wrestling Daze museum, and so I need to keep it for things like that. I've no doubt about that. There will be, like, probably in the Louvre, there will be, like, a Wrestling Daze exhibition. So I need the spife. Here's Gunther trying to pick up Sami, but Sami reversing. Gunther goes down. More commercial breaks over more wrestling. At World's End said, Daisy's knowledge on women is limitless. I actually teach a lot of women a lot about themselves, yeah. Normally things they don't like. Things they didn't realise they don't like. I'm very good at teaching them that. Big haluva there by Sami. Gunther goes down. I'm sat here and I want to get into this. I just don't believe it. I don't believe he's got a chance. We're up to 6. 7. He's looking over. Look, Gunther's a dead 8. Sami's gonna break the count. I don't know when this became a thing. Sami Zayn getting in, breaking the count. This match sucks, says Mitchell. That was a good haluva, said JD. It was good haluva. Psychomy said, I know the 3 hours of Monday Night Raw will be gone for a while, and we'll have 2 hours, but I like 3 hours more, said Psychomy. In the ring is Gunther. Gunther. Sami over in the corner. Looking to charge over. Boom! Another haluva. Sami going back. People are cheering as Sami charges over. Clothesline by Gunther. Big clothesline. Sami is turned inside out. 1, 2. Oh. Oh, 2.9999. 5 minutes. What's going to happen, said Rad. Raven said this 2 hours was rushed. 2 hours is too short. Been following for a while, and I hope you're doing well. Hello, Bilal. Boom. Gunther charging over, grabbing Sami. Sami is up. Sami lands on his feet. Inside 1, 2, cradle kick out. Oh, I love that drop kick by Gunther. He lands on his back, doesn't he, rather than doing it on his side. Power bomb by Gunther. 1, 2, kick out by Sami. Kick out by Sami. Big Time said, Daze, you tell Ring of Honor legends like Seth Punk, Sami, KO, Bryan, Claudio that are banged up, their bodies are really hurting. I don't know what you mean. What am I telling them? What am I telling them? Sorry. Sorry to hear that you're all banged up. Sami is down. Here's Gunther. He's going for a powerbomb. Boom! 1. Kick out on 1 by Sami. Kick out on one. Look, Gunther's shocked. Gunther's shocked. Sami kicks out on one. Gunther. Oh, sleeper applied to Sami, middle of the ring. Sami was reveling in the moment that he had kicked out. So Gunther's like, right, well, here you go then. Oh, going to act like the Undertaker, are you? Right, have this. He should do that. Sami down, middle of the ring. Gunther all over him. Sami trying to get over to the ropes. Hard to bet against the ring general, said Rico. God, I want Sami. I want Sami. But I don't believe. I don't believe he does it. We do the classic. Oh, no, he's trying to. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen that, isn't it? The old arm drop. Look at this. Look at this choke. Look at this rear naked choke that's in. It's. How's he surviving this? Sami collapses down, and the ref calls it. Sami is asleep. It was in. I mean, humans just can't survive if you cut off oxygen that long. He might legit be dead. Gunther! Well, welcome to what it's like being a Sami Zayn fan. Welcome to this heartbreaking fandom. Lots of other standoms have like really great times. If you're a Sami Zayn stan, it's just pretty awful, to be honest. You have to get excited about winning the tag titles or winning a mid-card belt again. These are the mini victories for a Sami Zayn stan. Maybe he could be United States champion. Perhaps he could win the speed belt. And we just have to treat that like it's the world title. Gunther. Could Goldberg attack him? No. Cody's music hits. Gunther. Here's Cody. Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, and Cody Rhodes. Cody is out. He's looking at Gunther in the entranceway. Fades to black, and we don't get a QR code. Raw Talk. Flipping Raw Talk. Is that on now? Is that on now? Is Raw Talk on now? I might have a look at it. I might go and have a look at Raw Talk. Because there could be something that happens on Raw Talk. Yeah. Guys, I'm staying. I'm watching Raw Talk. How long's it on for? An hour? Is it on for an hour? I'm going to watch Raw Talk. I mean, if I had to rush away to do a video, then I would, but what am I going to talk about? Oh, look, guys. This thing popped up during the Miz. I think that means we're going after him now. I forgot Raw Talk's a thing. Oh, yeah, I did as well. Guys, don't forget Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime Day. You can save money. If you are a Sami Zayn fan, you can get some packs of tissues on sale. Maybe if you're a Sexy Red fan as well. Well, it doesn't really matter what you use the tissues for, and you can get them on sale. Amazon Prime Day. It was an incredible Raw. Let's do that. Let's do... I'm going to put up the thing now about... Feedback required. What did you think about Raw? Did you like it being 2 hours? One comment per person. Please. Just one comment. Which people do listen to, by the way. Oh, here we go. Starting. Show was alright, said Shadam. Hey, I did line up the poll so that it would post. Oh, are they showing Raw Talk on TNT Sports? No? Are they? So we've got Gunther in the ring. No, are they showing Raw again straight away? I don't know what I'm watching on TNT Sports. Oh no, I think they're showing Raw Talks. We got Kathy Kelly backstage. Oh my god, that's mental. They're showing Raw Talk on TNT Sports. Sheamus is being interviewed, but I don't know which one to watch. Sheamus, you've got some scars from tonight. Amazing match. I'm a Sami Zayn stan, said Wrestle Night. This Raw Talk. How does it feel? It makes Raw Talk a bit more important, doesn't it? I took him under my wing. I heard a lot about him. I heard how great he was. Tonight. He graduated from Bangor Academy. Long live Pete Dunne. I had to put him through 2 tables. And he just kept coming back. I knew I had to go to war, but I didn't know where I was going to end up. It's a good promo by Sheamus. He's a tough B word. As I said, Butch is dead. Long live Pete Dunne. I sure as hell respect you, says Sheamus. Wow, he really put him over there. He really put him over. Even Sheamus just said, Butch is dead. Long live Pete Dunne. Oof. No Wyatt Sicks. It sucks, said Green Thumb. Would have loved to have seen Wyatt Sicks, said Luke. I'm not impressed. I don't know if a third hour would have made it any better, says Kelly. Looks like they will have to alternate using talent. Not like IC World are defended every week. A lot of talent's missing. Did they even mention Priest Balor? No, they didn't. They didn't. I mean, it is true. This was stacked. There was an Intercontinental match and a World Championship match. So, I mean, that is true. Coming out of Bad Blood, there was probably more to talk about as well. So, I mean, listen, it's one of those where this show, you could have done 3 hours because there was so much to talk about. But we don't have 3 hours. This wasn't a choice that they had. This was, put upon them. So, I think that they could have done a 3-hour show. But I don't know that it would have made the show. I agree. I don't know that it would have made the show better. I mean, you might have got the Wyatt Sicks and you might have got like the Judgment Day stuff, right? But it still wouldn't have changed the 2 hours that you got before. So, I don't know. I mean, the one thing I will say about this show is it absolutely flew. It really flew. Of all the Raw watch-alongs that we've done, this one, I just can't believe how quick the show went. It feels different. Definitely feels different. I'm gonna do. I can't do this poll because we've got this poll. I'll put it up on Twitter. I'll ask people what they think. No word of a QR code or anything. I think I'm more watching in hope, to be honest. What did you think about the 2-hour time length for Raw? See what people are saying. We did one on. Well, we'll do one on here in a second. Like it. Don't like it. Unsure. Oh, can I just tell you as well, for those that like to tag me in things, or just people actually that want a response from me or whatever, it's not best to ask questions in reply to posts. It's better to just ask a question and tag me in your question, right? Or send me something and tag me in it. I'm only telling you this because I always mute my posts. And the reason why I do that is because I'm looking for people to tag me in stuff for unseen, right? That's what I'm looking for when I go for my notifications. So if I've got loads of people talking about the 2-hour Raw, that's going to kind of get in the way of me looking for stuff for unseen. So I always have to mute my posts. I want people to like talk about it, I want to provide a forum for conversation, but you're probably not going to get a response from me in those comments. So I just wanted to put that out there so that people knew. I have mentioned it before. It's probably just worth mentioning again. Because when I go through my notifications like I'm looking at now, I'm really just looking for like stuff that I can add to unseen. Like, I think that's already in the folder, to be honest. Casey Lee. What's this? Peyton Effin Royce. She said that she wants to come back, didn't she? I mean, I don't know that she will. Please give me this feud, said Sports Chronicle. Mitchell said, are we entering the weird portion of the year where all the stories get put on hold for the Saudi shows? Historically, December is the weirdest time of the year. People are out with families, etc. WWE do weird miracle street fights. December is really strange. Plus no PLE. It is weird. It's such a weird time of the year. It's just weird anyway, isn't it? People are out with families, they're gift shopping. It's a weird time of the year. And we do go quite Christmas themed, But with CM Punk coming back last year, that, was obviously different. Punk comes back right at the end of November. That made last December quite bonkers. I mean, I'm not sure that we can replicate that this year. But, yeah, I'd say December is the weird time of the year. Adam said next week's Raw is taped. It is. Not impressed. Not impressed. Sami again gets choked. Sami did. Not impressed. Time to come home, Sami. Time to come home. You're a loser, Sami. You're a loser, Sami. It's time to go back to the bloodline. Not many people know this, but Wrestling Daze was the first choice to sing Cody Rhodes' music. Well, I've not seen this clip, but I'm going to trust that it's hilarious. It's ridiculous. Where is Uncle Howdy? Adam said Raw next week's being taped. It's still going. I think we've got more to come, as it was a little commentary section with two people I've never seen or heard of before. They said Damage Control, American Maids, were to come, did a few things, I'm not sure. Now, this is Raw Talk. I think you're talking about Raw Talk. That's Raw Talk. Oh, God. That's Raw Talk. It's the post-Raw show. I'm watching it live now, although I am at commercial break. Boom. Right, might as well end this poll, might as well, and we'll jot down these scores. Tree Hugger said, please stop dragging out the Wyatt Sicks story. It takes forever to get anywhere. 43, 40, 9, 6. I honestly would not be shocked if there's a QR code on this, or if something happened. I'm surprised we didn't get a QR code. I'm really, really surprised. I'm all right with them not being on the show, but not being on the show or getting a QR code. It's weird, isn't it? Liam said, on Raw Talk, it just said Final Testament still to come. Oh. Mole Jam said, I honestly thought Sami would win the World Championship. He deserves it. He's Canadian like Bret Hart. What was the PRF vignette system, Mr. Kenner? We believe that it's War Raiders, Viking Raiders. Days Monday nights are pretty interesting now, but I can't wait to watch next year on Netflix. Oh, it's going to be so good. They're really bigging up as well how, you know, big it's going to be. So it's going to be so good. Big Time said, I'm a firm believer with the right amount of commercials, WWE can fit enough things on a 2-hour show instead of a 3-hour show. An extra 9-minute overrun could be a nice addition. I'm off to bed, said Kim Strains. I got to get up early tomorrow. I have an appointment. Kim Strains, shout out to you. Good night. Enjoy your early night. Because we'd still be watching Raw now. On Raw, Final Testament still to come. I watch Raw Talk every week, said AB Jobson. So you're the one. I knew that someone did, because they keep making it. But right now we've got a commercial for Crown Jewel. Days, are NXT going back to the Performance Center next week, or are they doing arenas? They're doing an arena this week, back to the Performance Center the week after. Viking Raiders will return on Monday, said Rad Bro. I'm glad you're sticking around, said Nando. I'm glad you're sticking around, Nando. Shout out to you. Uncle Rev said, Days, I'm arranging my Hogan Macho buddy to do a special shout out for you. Thank you, my friend. Shout out to you. Shout out to them. Felix, shout out to you, buds. Did the Wyatt Sicks come out with a new RK code? No new RK codes tonight. No new RK codes. I like Randy's codes. He does RKO codes. I like his. Right, we've got Sam, we've got Megan. King Uncle Chop 94, shout out to you. Do we think that Netflix add all the old Monday Night Raw stuff, like what we have on the network? Yes, yes. The network will, if you're in the UK, the network moves to Netflix. If you're in America, it stays on Peacock. Peacock have paid a lot of money, but for some reason they didn't get all of it internationally. They just got it in America, maybe Canada as well, I'm not sure. But yeah, basically everything that's on the WWE network moves to Netflix in the UK January. So that means that Raw moves January, and all the old Raws and the old pay-per-views and all of that moves January. So yes, my friend, yes. We don't know if it's going to be everything, though. There is a bit of a concern that they might do a bit of censoring. They might cut a few things out, you know? So, I don't know. But it should be everything. It's not really a reason for them not to move everything, you know? Here's Damage Control. We got Kyrie. We got EO. What's your mindset heading into this match? Damage Control will take back control again. Kyrie says, you should be ready. We're going to take the tag team titles again. There we go. Canada still has the network back catalogue through Sportsnet. Not as deep as before it moved. Really? Cody is going to win with Goldberg's help, said Shane. That feels likely, doesn't it? That way you can still have Goldberg showing up in Saudi. Costs Gunther. Kind of protects him. Sets up a match down the road. Although the belief is, you know, the rumor was Goldberg CM Punk for Survivor Series. So I really don't know when we would do that match. The Rock is going to help Gunther win, said Brandon. Yowie wowie, Raw was stacked, said Kayfabe Crept. Look at this. Look at this. Yes. Sexy Red is ready to rep this week. Amazing. Imagine if he leaves Steph and gets with Sexy Reds. That would be hilarious. I mean, not for Steph. But it would be great for Sexy Red, in all fairness. It would be great for her. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Drunk off, said Spartan. That is true, actually. I am getting drunk this weekend. Still to come, the Final Testaments. Oh, hello, Braun. Yeah, no, Final Testament coming up. I agree, that's interesting. That is interesting. I got my eyes on that segment. Triple H is the real Sexy Red. Tatum found Lyra backstage. What's this?
I came all the way here to see you.
Oh my God.
I came as fast as I could, and guess what? I have a main event match against Sol Ruka, and I can't wait. Shirley, for you, you're gonna do amazing tonight. Watch me.
Tatum was hiding in the women's locker room backstage on Raw, and there is footage of it. I'll add it to Unseen. I mean, there's NXT stars around because we're in St. Louis for Raw, and that is where NXT is tomorrow. So all the NXT crew and roster are in the area for this event. Daze, I once drank an entire bottle of 8% Smirnoff Ice. It did nothing. It tasted like Sprite. You drank an entire bottle of 8% Smirnoff Ice vodka. Well, like a proper bottle. And you didn't feel anything. Impressive. That's quite a bit of alcohol in that, you know. In a whole bottle of vodka. Do we think that Jade Cargo will turn on Bianca soon? King Uncle Chop, shout out to you. Someone's going to turn on someone, but I don't think it's happening until we get a little bit closer to WrestleMania. So, yeah, I'm not sure it's happening just yet. It's interesting that Seth had issues with Cody tagging with Roman, said Eric. That's true. That's a good shout. Does anyone know why Raw is being taped for next week? Because of the European tour. So they're on European tour, that's why. I'm a huge fan of Jade Cargo, said Captain Cornball. We all are. We all are. I love her pants. Days, I had vanilla extract with 0.1% alcohol. Did you have a whole bottle of it? Because that's pretty extreme if you did, my friend. I'm a bit worried about this weekend because my cousin is a big, big drinker and I am not. I'll happily admit I'm not. I mean, I can go in and drink a normal amount, but I'm not like going mental, you know? I think you know me well enough now to know that, you know, I ain't going mental. But, you know, I like to have a drink and join in. But like my cousin just is like a professional drink. If it was if it could be a profession, he'll go to the bar, he'll come back with like 2 pints so he can have one and then the other one's ready, and shots. Like, do you know what I mean? You know, he just goes OTT. So, I mean, last time I went out with him, it was a disaster. God only, I'll be doing the Macarena in the street. Hey, Macarena. You know that one? I could have gone with something more recent, couldn't I, really? But I'm a boomer. Baby shark, na 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 na, baby shark, na 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 na, baby shark, na 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 na, baby shark. Hit a Macarena. Hey, Macarena. I'll be doing them all. Up on Gangnam Style. In all fairness, I'll be doing them before I've even had any alcohol. So, God only knows. I'll be making up my own songs by the time I've had a few drinks. Days, NXT is moving CW. It's going to have even more commercials than USA and go longer. No picture-in-picture and overrun. So they need to adjust and cut down the filler 2-minute matches on a 2-hour show. Well, are there more commercials? Is that fact, is it? There's more commercials. I mean, I don't think the 7-minute overruns big deal. It probably needs to be a bit, you know, quicker with a few things. I think there's some fat that can be trimmed on NXT for like 7 minutes, but that's interesting if there is more commercials. They're just talking about Javon and Randy tomorrow. What's your thoughts on Crown Jewel? Those are my thoughts. I mean, I think Cody Gunther will be a decent match, but it doesn't really matter who wins, does it? It'll be a good match, you know. But they've tried to jazz it up and make it important by introducing that championship, because I think they know that champion versus champion, where no title can change hands, they know that that is not ideal. So they've gone, right, we need something. We need to sexy this up. We need to sexy red this whole situation. And the smart minds at WWE have come up with the ugliest championship I've ever seen. The ugliest name and the ugliest belt. Let's make it sexier by having a crown jewel championship, and let's make it like bejeweled. He said, like, he was talking about how many, like, diamonds are in it and everything. Like, I gave a flip. So, I mean, I don't care. You could put like £50,000 worth of diamonds on your phone, and it's going to be sparkly, but I ain't going to look at it and go, oh, wow, I want that. You know? I'm not a magpie. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I see shiny things and I'm like, oh, I need that. I mean, maybe there are some people in the world like that, but I don't know. Give me a nice looking belt that looks good, rather than brag about how many diamonds you've put on it. But that's the world we live in, innit? Everyone's flexing these days on Instagram and everything, so perhaps the kids will be impressed. But for me, I'd be more impressed if you gave me a belt that looked lovely, like the Winged Eagle. But so yeah, not crazy on the concept, not crazy on the belts, not crazy on the match, the Nia Liv match. I don't mind Randy. I don't mind Cody and Gunther. I don't mind that so much. I think it'll be a decent match, but I agree with the chat. I think that we could see Goldberg getting involved. So potentially screwy finish. So I don't know. I'm waiting for the announcement that's going to get me excited for that flipping show. Because at the moment, what's been announced ain't doing it. So to answer your question, I'm not very impressed. Not when we could be having Cody defending his belt against Jacob. Imagine that. That'd be sick. How do we think about the 10-person Diva match, said Little Fuego? Well, it was just to get women on the show, wasn't it? I mean, I'd be lying if it weren't for any kind of creative value. It was just because we didn't have any women on, and there'd be complaints if we didn't have women on, so we've put 10 women on, so that if anyone goes, oh, where's the women? We can go, well, we had 10 of them on the show. Yeah, but you had 10 of them in a match that didn't matter. It's like, yeah, well, what do you want? Everything. Do you want the world on the plate? God, you moan if there's not women. You moan if there are women. Yeah, we want them to be booked good with stories. Oh. No one ever tell me that Triple H has not put a foot wrong with booking. We had this conversation earlier. Where are these boomers running around saying that Triple H has booked perfectly? Eh? Because they can come over here and I'll have a word with them. Listen, his hit rate is a lot higher than Vince's. We're in a great place. No shade, but it has not been perfect. It's not been perfect. But you can't expect it to be perfect. I don't expect it to be perfect. If I booked it, would not be perfect. Far from it. It'd be awful. Even I would stop watching. Hey, here's Xavier. Let's see what he's saying. Here, look, he's talking to Kofi. What's going on? I'm tired. It's always on me. I know you're upset, said Kofi. Jey is your friend. That's between him and Braun Breaker. Do you understand if the shoe was on the other foot? He would help you. Ah, that's true. I remember you saying that I called the play. It's good. They were both making really good points, and I like that from Xavier at the end. I remember you saying that I called the play, but that's just not been happening, has it? And it hasn't, in all fairness. It doesn't make any sense we get a talk show after Raw when they cut out the third hour. Yeah, but they had to cut out the third hour. It was, I think that USA Network have got like another show lined up. So there isn't a 3 hour. The deal with USA Network's expired. We should not be on USA Network now. But some boomer didn't work out that the Netflix deal starts in January The USA network deal ends in September. And so some boomer didn't figure out there was a 3-month gap. So we've managed to extend, but only for 2-hour shows rather than 3-hour shows. So, be interesting to see what the ratings are tomorrow, wouldn't it? I know Big Time is going to be excited. Oh, I bet you won't sleep tonight. Big Time back still, will you? You'll be like, can't wait to find out what they are. How did not having a 3rd hour affect the ratings? I bet you'll be like that. Lying in bed, eyes wide open, checking your watch. Oh. The reason why it got pushed to January, Netflix wasn't ready with the technology. Is that true? I didn't hear that. They weren't ready. Days, Tiffany teams with Ripley next Monday. Still to come, American Made, Final Testament. Oh, are you telling me, like, spoilers? Are these spoilers? Are you sending spoilers? Oh, people are going to be sad. People are going to be sad if you do it. Tune. Days, I'll be honest, I'm only interested in the NXT ratings. SmackDown has nosedived. Raw is going to streaming. That is true. The Raw rating doesn't massively matter. It'd be interesting to know what a 2-hour show does for the ratings, though, wouldn't it? That'd be interesting. Raw is taped next week. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. I tweeted you, said Eric. Thank you, Eric. I'm seeing tweets coming in, but there's obviously lots of spoilers. Spoiler warning. Spoiler. And I'm not spoiling it for people. I'm not saying anything. You'll get nothing out of me, kids. 2:05, clean my kitchen and I'm working on a bathroom now. This is a great extra hour, says Akeem. I needed the 3rd hour. It just doesn't feel right, says Eric. I need more Raw. Austin said Goldberg just speared Gunther and Gunther lost the title. I am seeing that actually, apparently, and this is, spoiler, Sami Zayn has still not won the world title. We've got breaking news coming through. Sami Zayn is still not the world champion. Yeah, so there we go. Days, Rampage has been axed. Ratings fell off a cliff to a point where Warner Brothers Discovery said we'll keep Dynamite Collision. If you're wondering, in 2022, Rampage averaged 550. Last 7 weeks, 200,000. Shows that ratings and demos matter. They're certainly not irrelevant. Okay, Kathy Kelly is with American Alpha. What's next for American Made? Chad Gable's feeling great. WWE needs a hero. I'm going to be that hero. You don't even have to say thank you. You're welcome. Wow. Julia said you put the U in USA. I see championship gold around my boy's waist. What about your girl's waist? You'll see the American spirit. And then Ivy stepped forward and said, in all her glory. That was nice. That was nice. Well, they certainly don't seem fazed by the Wyatt Sicks feud. But I think we can have some fun with these. I think Brutus and Julius are going to be really fun. I like that little... I like the makeup on Ivy Nile. She's got like a red eye and a blue eye. She looks like a new romantic. Renewed focus. Rampage ratings fell harder than Titus running to the ring, said Tree Hugger. Saw Hack Duggan said, Daze, when do we think Ricky will return? Because I've missed his match. Ricky. Oh. In my head, it was Ricky Starks. Well, I don't know. Hang on, spoiler. Next week. Ricky back next week. He faces Gunther for the title. Here we go. Final Testament. Here we go. Here we go. So we've got Carrion, AOP, Paul Ellering. I feel bad for Mike. But I also feel like I've had nothing to do with this. Paul. Have I done anything wrong? Absolutely not, says Paul. I'm just here to make sure everyone gets along. Walks away. What's going on, Popper H? What's going on, Popper H? Nothing, no QR codes, nothing during the show, and then I get to Raw Talk, and then I get no QR code. Give us Summit, said Tree. I know. I felt, honestly, I was sat here and I was just waiting for it to drop. I really thought they were going to give us Summit. Okay, they didn't do it on the show. The show was, 2 hours, quite move it to Raw Talk. We've done stuff on Raw Talk before. Remember the intro being glitchy. I was just sat here like, and then he walked away. Next week, Tongaloa and Ricky are going to tag team and destroy the locker room, said Spartan. Wyatt Sicks, where are you guys? Big Time said you was getting a bit too excited. I'm just a man full of hope. A man of hope and dreams. Shunned by the world. Do you know what? Do you know what's really annoying? The one flipping week that I do unseen early, right? So that I'm nice and clear. My schedule is free. I can do a Wyatt Sicks video. How am I meant to do a Wyatt Sicks video on one moment where we just get, there you are, appearing above the Miz? What am I meant to do with that? I haven't even got much in the folders anymore. Oh my God, it's a disaster. It's a Monday night disaster. There was a Wyatt glitch. We don't know that was them. I mean, there was a glitch. There was a technical problem, but I don't know that it was them. Look, I've got Mosh. Look, sending me a QR code. Look, here's a QR code. It's not even. I don't even know what it is. It might be to like naked picture of your mom. I don't know. Actually, it might be, mightn't it? So I'll bookmark that. Actually, save that. Put that in. I don't know, dude. Could be anything, but save that. Akeem said, I could say I'm very confused after this episode of Raw. So Hack Duggan said, Daze, do you think that Eric Young still fits in with the Wyatt Sicks if he returns? He could do. You could bring him in, but I mean, look, Bray, I'm guessing, saw something in him, and we know it's out there now that he was going to join with Bray and join with Bo. I think if he was to come into WWE, that's certainly something we could look for, a place for him to land. But to be perfectly truthful with you, I just don't think he will come into WWE because I think he's being used in quite a high position, isn't he, in TNA? I don't know what his actual role is, but I saw a bit where he came out and he gave a speech, and you know, when it all changed over from Impact to TNA, he was like all over that. So my understanding is that I think TNA is home for him. So I just don't think it's likely that we're going to get him coming back to WWE, to be honest. No, I mean, like, he might do something with the crossover with NXT, but I can't see anything other than that. We've just got the slamming 7 moments of this week's Raw. Number 1 is Sheamus, Pete Dunne, going through the table. It was a good moment. They just showed the Sami Haluva. It's a good spot, that. Did you see they are making a movie about Kurt Angle coming up from a little kid to winning gold? He said it's going to have a Rocky type feel. I did, and should be good. I don't know how big of a film that's going to be. I don't know if that's like straight to streaming kind of a thing. I don't know. So yeah, I'm not sure. More details emerge on potential in-ring return for Goldberg. What's this? It's not a spoiler, is it? It appears that Gunther Goldberg is coming soon. I don't know when, other than it won't be WrestleMania or Survivor Series. Oh, we spoke about that earlier. I've already seen that. That was in Unseen earlier. Done that. Done, mates. I'm surprised that Josh Alexander hasn't been on NXT, says Jim. Big Time said NXT on November 5th is getting pre-taped to Wednesday to avoid elections. So expect a Super Wednesday with Tony getting his revenge after NXT demolished Dynamite last year with Cena and Undertaker. Yeah, but NXT will surely stack that show as well. Gotta think they're going to stack that show. I'm really excited for that. I mean, I know that it's important, but for me, it's just entertaining to see the election. I don't have any political lean. I really don't. It's not my country. Do you know what I mean? I can just sit here and just watch from afar. So I just hope that there's going to be lots of drama, lots of twists and turns. I hope there's going to be a lot of emotion. I hope whoever loses is crying. I hope that whoever wins is rubbing it in their faces. I just want it to be the most dramatic night possible. I want one person to be announced the winner, and then the other person demands a recount, and then it turns out they actually had won. That's what I want. So I'm really looking forward to the US election. So that's on what? The Tuesday, and then we get NXT on the Wednesday. See, this is the benefit with not having to do AEW, because I'd hate to have to try and do both shows. It's going to be a bit weird not streaming on a Tuesday night, but, you know, I'll be watching that instead. I think the world will be watching it, won't it? It's obviously a massive deal, so... the last election, I was stuck in Philly airport because they decided to close at 9, said Akeem. Really? Spartan said you could get some extra sleep now. I mean, I could. To be honest, I didn't plan on sticking around. Had we have got the QR code, I wouldn't have stuck around, but I really thought there was a chance that we might get some on Raw Talk. So I can't guarantee we'll do this every week, but it got me this week. I thought there was a chance they might move something to here. Does that mean a debate watch along? Could you imagine? Could you flipping imagine? Oof. I mean, we cannot bring politics into this because it's too divisive, it's too opinionated, it's too... You can't have fun with it, you know? It's too real. But for a one-off stream on a Tuesday night... Let's go! Hey, look, we got Jey backstage. AB Jobson, shout out to you. Spartan said, do you think they've given up on the Wyatt Sicks and they don't know what to do with them? No, I just don't think that they're ready. I thought that Xavier would show some better sportsmanship out there. He's battling something. That's what Jey said. It looks like he's battling something. He doesn't even hook the game up anymore. Yeah, he's talking about Braun. That's true, isn't it? Last week he showed respect. This week there was none. I would have given him another rematch, but he showed his true colours. Well, I don't really like that question. She said, like, it was a spear. That's your kind of move. Like, is it disrespectful being hit with a spear? But it's like, hang on, Braun Breaker's been doing spears since the moment he arrived. Someone's not watching NXT. Word up, Sexy Red. Okay, so Jey said he might be around tomorrow. I might be around one more night so that we can yeet. Sexy Red getting a shout out by Jey. Let's go. Let's go. Jey Spear is awful. He needs to stop doing it, said Brony. Spear is just generic now. I mean, I really don't... I think it suits, like, Braun Breaker. And I don't mind Roman doing it. I agree. I don't think it's the kind of thing that, like, Jey needs to do. Jey's got his super kick, hasn't he? Jey's Spear awful. Needs to stop doing it. Daze 2024. Perhaps I win, Eric. Who knows? We'll find out. Yeet annoys me, said Eric. So Hack Duggan said, I think the Wyatt Sicks lose momentum after the feud with American Maids. Well, weeks like this definitely don't help, but I think the fact there's so many people disappointed that we didn't see them is probably a good sign. You know, if we had just gone through that Raw and then someone went, oh, we didn't get the Wyatt Sicks, and we went, oh, God, yeah, you're right. That would be worrying. But the fact that we're so disappointed we didn't get them is probably a good sign. I think that first feud was a intro feud. It was a welcome to WWE feud. We need the juicy, really interesting storyline feud now. And we could get that. I mean, Listen, Carrion can cut a promo. He's excellent. Could be really interesting. See what next week brings. Ruslani said, hello, Daze, what are we going to do about Daze from Big Brother gimmick infringements? Well, we've got two choices. We can either fight it or we can embrace it. And I'm leaning towards the second one, to be honest. I think what I might do is I might try and get the narrative out there that, and I've not seen her, like I don't know how she got the name, but I might put the message out there. She's a big fan of our streams and that she's a big part of our community and that she just wanted to pay some respect. And even though I'm 99.9% certain that's not true, it will make me feel better about the situation. So I might go down that road. So as far as I'm concerned, that is basically Edward. That's Edward. We've got a face reveal for Edward Brown now. He's in the Big Brother house and he has decided to pay respect by using the Daze name. So it's very exciting. It's very exciting. It's either that or be offended by it. And I think I'd rather go this direction. Take it as a tribute. Breaking, Jey is set for NXT tomorrow. He said he's going to stay one more night in St. Louis. He did. I was there. I heard it. Was it 3 hours? I turned on USA and it was not on, said Brim. No, it was 2, my friend. It was 2. Yeet. So we've just been watching Raw Talk. It's still on actually for the next 7 minutes. And then do you know what? I'm leaving. Miz explains why he requested a match against R-Truth. Why a match? Because I'm put in a random match after random match after random. I didn't see the Miz talk. So why not just do a random match with R-Truth? I love R-Truth. I think everyone loves R-Truth. Everyone has got a soft spot in their heart for R-Truth. But I am here. Holds hand up with everything. It's fun to watch. It's fun and entertaining to watch. But to actually have to live through it, think about what I've gone through to live through being the tag team partner of R-Truth. Is it good to have confusion in a tag team? It helped in the beginning because it was fun. We could play off each other. We were winning. We were doing things. Then when we got the titles, he would just put us in random matches. I would tell him not to. Please stop doing this, Truth. And he just wouldn't. Then he goes and gets injured. What happens when he gets injured? He goes away. I'm still here. I try to be the hero, if you will, to go after the guy that injures him. And what happens when Truth comes back? Truth just says, well, I'm back. Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you tell me? And then he puts us in another random match. I'm sick of it. I'm tired. I didn't see that promo. I've got the attention span of a fish. It was probably a QR code. When did he say all that? R-Truth needs to be more serious. Be careful going on X. There are spoilers. One big one happened while posting my review, says Kelly. 5 minutes. Miz has got a point, said Spartan. I had to get this off my chest, but Julia is absolutely beautiful, says Big Time. Rare Breed said that never happened. Did it? Did it not? I've got to tell you, that has come from Wrestle Talk, and they quoted it as being from Raw Talk. They've said it was Raw Talk. So I'm sat here going, I missed the Miz. Days, I tagged you in some at Trent. Shout out to you, my friends. Not a spoiler, is it, Trent? Is it a spoiler? I'm looking to see if anyone's commented on The Miz being on Raw Talk. Well, There is a video of him that was on the YouTube channel. But I don't know if it was on Raw Talk. IWC has started the bring back 3-hour movement. Well, good luck with that. good luck with that. But did you know Julia's mom is Japanese? Her dad is Italian, and she was born in London. I knew that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I could have told you. I could have told you one of them was Japanese. I knew she was born in London. I don't know if I knew the other was Italian, but yeah, I knew that it was that sort of situation. We've only got 3 minutes here. I'm just confused as to whether Miz was on Raw Talk. Weren't you watching it? Well, I keep an eye on it and then I talk in the chat. So if they popped him up and I was talking in the chat at the time, then maybe it slipped by me. But I really don't remember it. IWC is just a small bubble, said Brony. Can we see another Naya Hurricanrana on Friday, said Lucas. I think that's been retired, to be honest. I think it's been retired. As soon as this ends, I'm going back through the show. Oh. So Megan was trying to say something, and Sam was like, we don't have time, Megan. We don't have time. And then he moves on to his next star of the night. Star of the night, Gunther. Gunther. Would there be any legal issues with them doing a 3rd hour on their YouTube channel? Not that I am aware of. Depends if you brand it Raw, because if you brand it something different, you might be okay. But you can't. I don't think you can put Raw on YouTube when that's what USA have paid for. You know, tricky that. Same arena, but then saying that, if you think about it, they record Speed in the same arena in front of the same crowd, but it's Speed, and that gets to go on to X. So if you did a 3rd hour and you called it something different, I don't know, would you get away with that? I think USA would have a word about it. I'm not sure they'd be thrilled, but... crazy that Carrion isn't in the main event picture, said Wrestle with Andy. Yeah. Big Daddy, do we think the Wyatt Sicks going after Final Testament? Yeah, and not the Miz. Well, I think they're going after... I think they're going after both. I think that there was messages to Carrion about being a snake in the grass, serpent in the weeds. I think that was Carrion. But then I think the other message of it's not too late to go back, you don't have to do this, I think that was to Miz. So I think some messages were to Braun, some messages were to Final Testament, some messages were to Miz. There we go. That was Raw Talk, and that was a waste of time. The interviews are all right. But you can get them elsewhere, to be honest. I remember Sheamus. Oh, really, it's going to bug me. I remember American Made. I saw that. I saw Kofi and Xavier. Yeah. I just never saw The Miz. Mind Games. Well, look, jumping back through, I just can't see it. WrestleVote said it is Raw Talk, though, and I mean, that would be a weird thing to get wrong. Don't know. I've tweeted you about the Miz on Raw Talk. Oh, okay. Let's get this sorted. Go. Well, you've only tagged me in the Wrestle Talk thing. You've tagged me in the one post that I've seen. That's where my confusion has come from. Is them telling me that he was on Raw Talk when I've just watched Raw Talk and I didn't see him. It's in that. I appreciate the effort. Rare Breed said it wasn't on Raw Talk. Well, I'm all confused. Metal Mama said it wasn't on Raw Talk. Well, what's going on? What's this? You have got some explaining to do. Yeah? Because you're normally pretty good. But what's this? Unacceptable. We as an IWC need to do better than this. We need to do better than this. You watch, it'll turn out it actually was. It was just right at the start. I'm not going to go on any big rants right now because I'm still thinking there's a chance that it might have been on there actually. So, boom. I didn't tag you in that, says Metal Mama. I tagged you in the actual post. It's WWE. I never said you did, Metal Mama. I was talking to JDS. Did Mike the Miz make the right call?
Hey, Miz?
Yeah, look, so this is it, but... And in all fairness, it doesn't have any Raw Talk graphics on it, does it? I'm amazed that there's no... I'm amazed that there's no Wyatt Sicks stuff involved here, considering when we saw him on the show, there was. Who's that? What's that? Who are you? It's Nikki Cross. Alexa Bliss. What else we got? Is there nothing? Oh, what's happening? Where's the QR codes? Words of the Red. Exit. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bum, bum, bum. Do we think Julia has been exposed in her last promo? She's having a hard time with promos. Just think her English is limited. If Tiffy cashed in at Crown Jewel mid-match, could she technically win 3 belts? Sure. Big Time said, has Vince ever been pleaded guilty with the Janelle Grant thing? No. Because if there's no evidence is out there, why severely damage and tarnish the guy's reputation? Well, there are the texts that they're out there. So there are the texts. So it's hard to say there's no evidence. He claims it was a consensual relationship, and I'm thinking that his defense is that those texts were boys being boys, you know, consenting adults having fun. I think that's his defense. I don't think anyone believes him, but that's his defense. Yes, good. That's what I wanted. Right. I've got to find out. I've got to find some out of normal things now. Vic, shout out to you. Daze, I've discovered a new wrestling promotion. It's called Marigold, and it's pretty good. Marigold on YouTube? I don't think it is. Is it on YouTube? With Netflix, do we think the prices will rise? Probably. Don't they always? Brony said, when do we think Vince Janelle Grant lawsuit will be over? Long time. It's with the federal government right now. As soon as they've finished doing what they're doing, then you've still got the Janelle Grant stuff to come. And there's not even any word on court dates or what's happening. Janelle Grant still wants her day in court. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if this thing isn't wrapped up by 2026, 2027. I mean, I don't see it being resolved by next year. It's this is what happens with court cases, isn't it? They take forever, and they do it on purpose because all the lawyers are getting paid, aren't they? So they're like, how can we stall? How can we make as much money out of this as possible? So, yeah, I mean, it's once you're with lawyers, I mean, you're just burning money. Vince might pass away before it's over, said Brony. Have a good evening. Yeah, I need to go, don't I? I'm so disappointed. I feel like this stream's ending on a downer. Oh, there's got to be some way of saving it.
Halftime scores.
There we go.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
I can't allow it to end on a downer, so I will gift you an extra playing of the halftime score song. My treat. It's my treat, honestly. Don't mention it. Don't even mention it. So I'm gonna run away and try and make some sort of video. Gotta put something out, ain't I? So I'm gonna try and make some sort of video. I might be crying in it, I'm not sure. But a big thank you for everyone that joined us for the Raw stream. And you're a real one if you stuck around for that extra bonus hour. It's awful, wasn't it? It's awful. I think the biggest talking point was The Miz actually on Raw? The biggest talking point of the third hour was The Miz actually on Raw Talk? Oh my God. Is this what life has become? Oh, we could all be out kissing girls. Instead, we're debating as to whether The Miz was actually on Raw Talk or not. I flipping hate my life. I hate my life. JDS Aviation Adventures, shout out to you, my friends. How you would watch that third hour that we've just suffered and think, do you know what? This is the place for me. I'm going to be a member. You're a hero. You're a hero. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.